Happy or unhappy Valentine's Day. The day for love. The day for lovers. The day for the rest of us without any of that. That's what this space is for. It's just an open panel for people that have absolutely nothing else to do on Valentine's Day and want to hang out in the Panelverse here on YouTube. And you know what? I haven't peeked in on the world at all today. So let me start with that. And then I have something to read. Political stuff. So far is all it looks like. Yeah, nothing. Nothing of note in the news that I can see. I think I'm going to pop this on social media real quick. So give me a chance to do that. We're live tonight for all of the lost and lonely souls who have nothing to do on Valentine's. Commiserate with us here. Is there like a sad heart? Yeah, there's a heart emoji. Where's the hearts? Let me see. Why is it so hard to find the hearts? There we go. Happy Valentine's. And then what about a flaming heart? I like that one. Well, happy to be spending it with all of you. I'll be very happy if people are out there with their loved ones doing actual Valentine's Day things. I get this confused with St. Valentine's is because they're both after saints. Valentine was a saint. With St. Patrick, he's the one that drove all the snakes away. So Valentine's is what? Well, we could always look it up. No, I don't think the little... Yikes. Ah. Come back, come back. Alright, here we go. I'm putting it on Discord in a few places. There, I think that's good. One more. No, that's good. Helena, hello, hello. Are you alone on Valentine's? You're welcome to hang out here. This is how I'm spending mine. Oh yeah, I had a little passage I wanted to read. I also want to point out that this book that I like so much on the history of the West, the intellectual tradition of the West. Showed up on, what's his name? Rudyard. What If Autist, his recent video. This is one of the books he featured or mentioned. And I'm finding all kind of little nuggets in this Greeks and the Irrational book by E.R. Dodds on Plato. And there's a passage about Plato and Eros, which is appropriate for today. Eros is desire. It's where we get the word erotic from. Desire, love, passion. It's complicated. I know what that's like. I've had complicated. Not very recently, not in years. Because it's not like one of the things that complicates it in general, I think, is that we're not in control of our desire. We like what we like. We want what we want. If we could just will ourselves to desire the person that's perfect for us, I'm sure everybody would. And if everybody could will themselves to desire each other equally, like each partner, each pair. All right, I got to look for this passage. Let's see. Eros has a special importance in Plato's thought as being the one mode of experience which brings together the two natures of man, the divine self and the tethered beast. Just like our little Baphomet here. For Eros is frankly rooted in what man shares with the animals, the physiological impulse of sex, a fact which is unfortunately obscured by the persistent modern misuse of the term Platonic love. Yet Eros also supplies the dynamic impulse which drives the soul forward in its quest of a satisfaction transcending earthly experience. It thus spans the whole compass of human personality and makes the one empirical bridge between man as he is and man as he might be. We talk about that a lot in that Northrop Frye series I'm doing. The difference between the myth of concern, which is the world we want to live in, and the world as it is, which is the myth of freedom, or in modern age, the scientific worldview. Plato, in fact, comes very close here to the Freudian concept of libido and sublimation. But he never, as it seems to me, fully integrated this line of thought with the rest of his philosophy. Had he done so, the notion of the intellect as a self-sufficient entity independent of the body might have been imperiled, and Plato was not going to risk that. Hello, Ozymandias, how are you? Happy Valentine's. I hope you're at the very least, I hope everybody's happy with themselves, whether they have somebody or not. And because that's ultimately, if you're grounded in yourself, a strong sense of self, or some kind of satisfaction, or at least reasonable tolerance of yourself, then you're usually able to weather the erotic defeats and disappointments that beset us. Good, very good. Good to hear. I think I might have some social media tweets as well. Yeah. Some of them, they're about conspiracy theories. I think I'll save them for. Oh, also, I got my work schedule for the week, at least for the next few weeks, because I'm in training and orientation still. So, off on the weekends, which means Joe and I can still do our Saturday thing. And I'll probably still take Sundays off. And then I should be available consistently the next few weeks in the late afternoons, early evenings, about this time. So I think what I'll do is I will try to keep a stream going Monday through Friday, um, about what 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. So that'll be the new time that I can stream consistently until my schedule starts jumping around from actual work once I'm through with training and orientation. So there's the update on that. It's relatively smooth waters ahead for at least a little while. All right, do I have anything else on Twitter? You know, why ruin Valentine's Day with conspiratory? Here's one I like. Um, this tweeter says most people don't come to their beliefs by careful thought, even intelligent people. Many come to some conclusions through evidence-based logic, while they reach other conclusions by selecting evidence consistent with beliefs, which is what I keep saying, that the belief or sometimes the affect, like fear, anger, desire, comes prior to the rationalization of it with the intellect and logic. So when we think we're being logical, that's why I'm doing this myth series, because I want to highlight and contrast clearly enough the two different types or modes of thinking. And remember, there's oftentimes not a clear-cut line between the two. But logical thought, when we're really using our brains and thinking logically, it's like it's a directed activity. It's a conscious, intentional activity, like doing a math equation or a logic puzzle or something like that. So we're actively trying to sort through evidence and think about something in a logical, systematic way to reach a certain conclusion. That's one tell, I guess. The other tell, I think, is the defensiveness that the mythological thinking can arouse when it's challenged. And what this guy says here, that some of our conclusions, yes, we are using logic or this directed way of thinking to come to them, but a lot of them are belief based, and that we defend them in kind of a knee jerk way. Because we can't, we're like the primitive in the sense of pre-rational or pre-logical, like historically primary. Um, we're never fully, if we're holistic human beings and not bloodless robots, we're never fully free of the pre-logical, mythological type of thinking, nor do I think should we be, or is that even a goal or an ideal? I just think it helps to be aware of when we're using one and when the other, and for what motives, for what goals, and at what times and in what way. Yes, please press the like if you feel so moved, and the subscribe button. That's the one that really helps. I'm trying to meet my goal of 1,000. And once I get over 1,000, I will be less um, ambitious about the subscriber numbers. Plus, I plan to roll out another membership tier or two once I have 1,000 subscribers. I think it'll be more worth it then. So that's all I have for today. It's just a kind of a wind down from your week. Come up and talk about whatever you want, really. We don't have to talk about love or lack of. I find a lot of people like to. They enjoy or get something out of talking about their love lives or their eros. But this is a normal open panel. You could talk about whatever you want, as long as it's YouTube, you know, within the YouTube guidelines. Don't get my channel struck. Let me see who else is streaming today too. We can maybe go spy. Who is this person? They must have changed their name. Let me see if I recognize them. Oh, it's conspiracy stuff. I think I'll take a break from that tonight. What? Oh, never mind. There's a stream with Destiny on it. I don't fool with him. Oh, Bex is out. I didn't know she was streaming. I should have dropped by. I wonder if we could stream her. She's on with Wildheart. Yeah, let's check in on Bex. I don't think she'll mind. Valentine's Day quickie.
Eternity. It's literally and figuratively temporary.
Yeah.
Then we might be able to see that what the physicists are describing is how I can see it is linear time. Then in eternity represents a universal address system.
It's space
in
time,
that, I
right?
could say to you
It
in
bends,
eternal existence,
it
hey,
curves.
like you want to
just
meet
experience
at
it
the
literally 'cause
pyramids
we're on
on
one
Wednesday, right?
Tiny
And
fragment
assuming
of
we're
the
still using the
continuum.
Gregorian calendar, which is out of simplicity at this point in time, right? So want to
Yeah.
meet next Wednesday at the Egyptian pyramids, and you can be like,
Her
yeah, next
background
Wednesday.
logo is very
Okay, but
appropriate for
when?
this conversation.
Right? But when do you want to go? Right? Because we could go at any iteration, perhaps, or only fixed iterations in points in time where we're going to go to the pyramids.
I think there's only we're
gonna
only
go
going to
there
experience one timeline, linear time, the arrow of time. That's all. Like our little short human lifespan, that's all we get. Regardless of how it works cosmically or on the scale of the universe or even on the quantum scale. On the scale that we inhabit, the model, the scale of classical physics, I think we more or less as humans get the linear time or experience time linearly. Subjectively, because we all like time passes at different rates depending on your mood or consciousness or whatever's going on at the moment. How your brain processes time. Certain drugs can change that. And then we can kind of go back and reprocess and re-experience past times through memory. So there's some ability to manipulate the subjective experience of time, but objectively, time passes. We all have the same amount of seconds in the day, every one of us. The Rothschilds, the rich people, the elites, the poor people, the junkies, the homeless people, we all have the exact same amount of seconds in our day. So that's not, there's no hierarchy there. That's true equality or equity even. But how we experience it or what we do with those seconds, of course, varies from individual to individual. Oh, let me see who else is streaming. I know that Barney, if you out, oh no, I forgot. You have actual Valentine's, sorry. For some reason I had this idea that you and I were doing some kind of gay, semi-gay Valentine's celebration today. How modernity emasculates men. That was on Benjamin Boyce earlier. Might have to go back and peep that. Yeah, I don't see, at least in my part of the Panelverse, I don't see a whole lot of Valentine stuff going on. Even Bex's was talking about physics. The physics of love, which would be the chemistry of love, and then it would be the physics of the chemical components involved in love, I guess. But who wants to look at love that reductively and that unromantically? Oh, you listened to the Benjamin Boyce one? Any takeaways or highlights that struck you? Because I definitely agree that But you know what? And I said this about wokeness too. If men are being emasculated, it's because they are letting themselves be emasculated. Nobody's doing it to them. They are having some role in the process. Otherwise, it wouldn't be happening. It hadn't happened for centuries until now. So why is it all of a sudden happening? And the same with wokeness. Wokeness would not have gotten the foothold that it did if people had not let it happen. All they had to do was say no. When they showed up at the universities waving their little flags and their little signs, because I was at the university at that time period. So I know what the university used to be. All of those professors that were teaching classical humanities, all they had to do is say, no, we're not doing this. We're not teaching this. We're not changing language, all of that. But none of them did that, or very few of them did that. It's and even, more so than emasculated, I would say infantilized. Oh my God, the amount of bubble wrap that society rolls out and ensures for people these days is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like the protection of people's feelings, which that's one way you, or adults at least, work through things. Again, remember though, this is the generation that didn't play with the neighborhood kids unsupervised and worked out conflict on their own. They always had some adult to go to manage the conflict. And so anytime their feelings were agitated, they never had to work through that, either with themselves or with the other person. And so modern society seems set up to keep people in that infantilized state where they never have to face unpleasant or difficult emotions, or at least is minimized for them. And they have a whole bureaucratic apparatus that facilitates that or that remaining in that state. People are very feelings conscious. Which one gets this? Hey, Kitty Bonks, how is your Valentine's? I'm not sure what your situation is either. Well, maybe maybe I do have an idea. Well, welcome. Good to see you. We were talking about, I noticed that Benjamin did a stream earlier on is modern man being emasculated, and I said several things. I said if they are, it's their fault. Like nobody can emasculate you without your participation. So why are men letting themselves get emasculated? And then I offer the observation that maybe not so much emasculation, but infantilization, which I think is happening to everybody, not even just men. Oh, I hope that went well. Hope she's in a better place. And Axis, happy VD Day to you too. I hope you're having a decent one or an okay one. It's this is a stream because unless you have somebody to share this day with, it's not a day that really has a lot of meaning for the rest of us. So I wanted to have some alternative to people that didn't have another person to spend it with. We can do whatever and make this our own day. Repurpose it for our own needs. And I had the idea of talking about the downsides of love, or the dark side of romance, or the disappointments and disasters. Or, like somebody suggested the other day, like why not try to make it positive and talk about the benefits of love, and even if we don't have it, it could still be a day to talk about all the good things that have come out of it. So we could do either or both. I'm just hanging out. This is just my panel. I don't know if some of you caught this earlier, but my schedule for the next few weeks, I'm going to be available in the late afternoons, early evenings. So I'm going to try to consistently stream And I also have weekends off. So Joe and I will still be doing our Saturday stream at, what is it, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. And I'm going to do weekday streams, but I'm going to shift the time 3 hours ahead. So it'll be at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. But I'll still be able to stream consistently the next few weeks. Because I very much want to keep this community going and even expand it and grow it. That's my motivation, my inspiration. That's my passion. So what I don't have to invest in a person, I can invest in a community. Let's see. Just kind of looking over the news. Oh, well, did I break 800? Well, thank you, Axis. I'm just glad, not even so much me being valued, but I certainly appreciate that. I'm glad that people are just getting a value out of this at all for themselves. That it's not in vain. I'm not just like streaming into the void with no impact or effect. That's great. Now we'll see if I hold, because every now and then I'll dip over 800, but then it'll fall back to 700 something. So maybe this is a new trajectory that will hold steady. Somebody called this the new era the other day. So we'll see. I'm all for a new era. So I'm just going to hang out here for a while. I kind of planned for this to be, an all day or all night stream. But I don't know, if nobody shows up in the next hour or so, I might wind it down. Did you see Rachel Maddow very strongly suggesting? See, that's gossip. Like, why? That's not responsible journalism. If she's going to do this kind of gossip, at least don't sit up there and pretend to be doing legitimate journalism. Just admit that you're like television kind of tattler site. Oh, Biden actually, I'm going to look it up soon. Hey, Ren, how are you? Let's see, Elon, Trump, Tesla contract. Fact check. What's a fact check from Breitbart? Maybe there's other fact. Trump administration, this is from NPR, says it has no plans to fulfill $400 million armored Tesla contract. Did Trump create a $400 million contract? The claim on host Rachel Maddow on Wednesday of corrupt self-dealing. Verdict. False. The Biden administration orchestrated the armored electric vehicle contract. The State Department has put the contract on hold, and there was only one bidder on the contract during the Biden administration, Elon Musk, Tesla. Why? When I was growing up, and one reason I was part of the left was because they were the party that cared about facts and reality. When did they start just running with narratives and not even caring if they correspond to anything remotely resembling reality just because there's some kind of political path? This is that myth of concern that we see formed. They've moved away from a myth of freedom, which is what they were in my day, and they are now attempting to be a new myth of concern, to fill that perceived void that's left by the collapse of Christianity or democracy or whatever myth you think is collapse. I still think democracy's running just fine. Hey, Zentz, what's up? I was thinking about you the other day. Happy that. Am I doing it right? I never know how to do the heart. Is this it? This is my... Figures I would have some kind of fucked up heart. Is this how you do the heart? It's supposed to look like a heart, right? not just a gaping hole. I can't make a heart. How do you do it? I'm gonna need a YouTube tutorial on this. How do you get the heart shape? Thumbs lower like this, but that doesn't look heart-like. It looks uterus-like. Um, Lower like I have. Oh, this is an upside down heart. Maybe do I just? Oh, I turn it around like this. Maybe I had it upside down. I'm gonna quit trying. Who knows what kind of juju I'm calling on myself? Mm. Speaking of hearts, we have a warm soul here live with us. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah. Happy
Yeah,
happy VD. Thumbs down. Oh, like this?
I don't know. A few of the hand gestures you made, it just reminded me of a crab or
I know it was pain. It was painful for me, Plasma. I had no idea I was so bad at making it hard. I don't want to read too much into that, but
some,
so how was your day so far?
oh, it was okay. It was just normal, basic, you know. Are you wearing red for Valentine's Day?
I'm wearing red. I got my beads.
I
Yeah,
see. Okay, so you're all red.
I'm all
All
redded
right.
up. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, some of the hand gestures you made, it was just like, oh, that's a crab. Is that a crab? Is that an I don't know what
I
you
don't
were
know.
I can't say anything though. I have double jointed thumbs, and do you know how like in school when during Thanksgiving you traced your hand?
Yeah, and you made the turkey.
Yeah, now I have
Yeah.
double jointed thumbs, so my turkeys were the best because my the necks of the turkey, the head of the turkey, they actually the way my thumb curves, yeah, they were actually pretty good. But so I don't know.
The construction paper turkey. We sometimes we did ours on a paper plate, and we glued construction paper
Yeah.
feathers onto it. Welcome, Ren.
Yo ho ho.
Ren, what's up with you? How are you on this fine Valentine's Friday?
I'm all right. Wrote letters on some stupid government project, some comment on it, and I got so that was a good use of my talents for.
Like you like paper letters?
No, I mean you comment online.
Oh, like through the official state website?
Yeah, but it's an official public comment.
Yeah, Washington State has that too, where you can put comments on the bills.
And then doing that, and then I got a new toy that I'm
Let me
fiddling
look.
with the software. I have the real thing. I just don't want to walk in the other room and get it.
M-
But it's an
A new
18 channel like wireless mixer, which is
For music?
yeah.
Oh, I thought
It's
all
kind
that
of
was online, like audio software.
well, like there's a free app that goes with it. Um, this is for like mixing a live show. Is what I'll
Oh,
predominantly use it for, right?
oh, I
But
see.
instead of
Okay.
having to have a snake and have a board and all that, like I just go set this up on stage and then I connect to it with an iPad, and that's instead of having a giant snake of cables and stuff.
This. Oh, the giant snake sounds cool, actually. Are you
Hmm.
a solo artist or do you have a band? Is it with a band?
I've been both. Right now, as far as me personally, I'm kind of a solo artist because my guitar player is in jail and
Whoa,
I've been feeling
that's kind
good.
of
So.
punk.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it made me feel like I was like, I'm a real musician now, right?
You're totally legit now. Yeah.
yeah, I'm bona fide.
Yeah.
So I've been doing a lot of like solo gigs when I feel like it, and then my health is kind of so depending on where I'm at and how I'm feeling, I do a
Oh,
gig every couple of months, at least like a little solo thing or something. And then sometimes I get together like some version of a band. Like I have a drummer and a guitar and a rhythm guitarist that like to play with me, and then I have a string of bassists, and I can usually talk one of them into it. And
Do you have
What
a
kind of music do you
SoundCloud
play?
or a channel? Or anything?
there's a few things on my like personal YouTube channel. I think
The
I
Ring Road
posted.
one.
No, that's a new one, but I think I posted like one song on there, maybe.
What kind of music do you play?
Um, like as a solo, I tend towards it's generally country because that's just easier to do with yourself and a guitar. Um, and it's in the part of the world I live in. That's an easy. People like that. When I had my band, it was I described it as we do music in a rockabilly orbit. So our instrumentation and kind of attitude was very rockabilly.
Mm-hmm.
And then our actual song choices, the actual stuff we did was there was some country stuff, there was some rock and roll, there was some blues, but I mean we did like heavy metal, stuff that leans more heavy metal, but I might sing it more bluesy.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, heavy
if it
metal
was,
started
if it
out
was
blues anyway.
yeah,
Blues
so I
is
mean, a lot of
heavy
heavier
blues.
rock is very bluesy, and then I like to sing very bluesy, like I do that well. So like there'd be stuff like that where like we drag it back a little bluesier, and then we'd take country stuff and rock it a little harder, and but and then we
Do you
did
do
some
original stuff? Do you
genuine
write
rock.
your songs?
I do. I don't. I haven't gotten to the point where like that's the main stuff for a band yet. I have a lot
So
of,
you're like fusion.
I don't know. I mean, it is a amalgamation of some sort.
Yeah.
I mean, if you say country rock blues, you're not going to be wrong. But and I thought it was fun, and it was, I did take songs and adjusted them to what we didn't just do covers that are sort of like that are copies.
Yeah.
There's covering a song by trying to be a copy of it, right? Like trying to mimic the recording, and then there's covering songs where it's like you take that song and you do it in the way that you want to do it
Yeah.
and stuff. So I was always trying to do that where it's like, yeah, taking songs and pushing them in the direction I wanted them to go.
Did you play tonight?
No, I haven't played in let's see, probably a couple of months, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Are you
But
going to try out your mixing board? Or does that inspire you to get back
well,
out?
I've been wanting it, and then the reason I got it is kind of stupid, or annoying. So there's this variety, this country show, the Country Jamboree, used to be called the Grand Ole Opry, but then they were told they had to change the name because
Wait,
of
what? Why? What happened?
because the real Grand Ole, the one in
Oh,
Nashville,
I thought you meant the
nobody
real
else
Grand
did.
Ole Opry.
No,
So,
no,
okay.
this is in a little tiny town in New Mexico, and it's been going on since like 1950.
Oh, okay.
And
Wow.
other than COVID, it's happened every year.
Oh.
And
And
they made them change their name.
yeah, so for the last, I don't know, 50 years, it's been the Country Jamboree. And anyway, like my grandma was on the very first show.
Oh.
And so anyway, the way it still exists in an iteration, and they have they have a house band and everybody volunteers, like it's a fundraiser for the local Lions Club is what it technically is. But and so and then they have all these usually chicks that come on and sing like one song, and I'm that's always annoying. But anyway, I'm going to end up running this, like setting up the sound. Like over the years, the Lions Club, like between me and my mom, we've kind of directed them on like what equipment to buy. So they have 75% of the actual physical components necessary to run the show, and then they don't have the expertise or the extra, like that other 25%. And then I had the other 20% or 15%. and the expertise. And then last year, another guy actually did the mixing, the live mixing, and that he just brought a wireless mixer. But he's not in this year, so I'm like, I don't have, like, I'm not setting up a huge snake and all this. Like, it just adds a whole level of work on my part if I was to use what I used to use. And so anyway, I bought one. I'm going to try to talk him into paying me for like half of it and be like, all right, I'll do it. Because I still haven't technically told them that I would do the whole thing. But with this component, I can actually do it to a reasonable degree without overworking myself.
Right.
Ren,
They're just annoying. It's none of them will probably ever see this. It's like it's a bunch of old men, and it's like I like a lot of them, but they're just they don't necessarily know what they're doing, and they assume a lot. It's very irritating.
pleased to meet you guys. That Ren, like I swear to God, I heard you talking about like when you did covers, you like either like try to make them like the cover or like make it your own kind of. That's what I do. I did all the time. And when I wrote songs, I just wrote songs, but then I cover songs and make them my own.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
so things I don't dislike doing covers like that. That's
Yeah.
I know people who just hate not doing original material, and it's like I love the music that I'm doing. Like I love doing covers because I love those songs, but I do take them, and
make them your own
and
stuff.
make them my own. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the covers people want to hear anyway.
Right, exactly.
Unless they just really like the artist for some reason, their
Yeah.
vocal
You know,
style
like,
or something.
you barely get people coming out like, well, that didn't sound exactly like the original artist, so.
Yeah. Well, unlike me, I'm a female vocalist, right? Like, and I do a lot of, I'll admit that most of my favorite artists and songs and stuff are not necessarily what most female art vocalists do. So, there's stuff where it's like, I'm never going to be able to sound like that. I have a pretty low voice. So I actually have a pretty in the middle voice. So I can go both ways, handle both male and female ranges a lot of times. But yeah, it's like
baritone and mid-range, kind of like, I guess, in between that.
Yeah, I have a low voice for a girl, generally speaking, but I've really, honestly, like in the last few years, I've worked on getting my high end up.
Yeah.
And I can now sing, not all like rock and roll male singers, but I can sing a lot of the like rock and roll guy notes now.
Can you do Where's My Mind by the
How
Pixies?
about Pixies?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a good tune.
I don't know if I don't think I know that one.
Where is my mind? Where is my
Yeah.
mind? Where is my mind?
Yeah, maybe you could do that.
In the corner, in the water. See, it's
In the water. Yeah.
I haven't
Yeah, I
heard that.
don't know that one.
Yeah, that's.
I might have heard it, but
They
there's so
use it
many
in like
people-
all the movies.
Yeah,
I don't know
they
how
use
it
it in
ended
a lot
up
of
becoming one of their
movies.
most well-known songs, but it did.
I don't know.
They use
Other
it in
than-
trailers and movies. Yeah.
Yeah, other than country music, like I'm just now getting into some 90s artists.
Oh.
Like as far as like rock and stuff is concerned, I'm like, okay, there's a few guys from the 90s I listen to now. But and then country music I listened to like through the 90s because that was like what I grew up on was like 90s country and older stuff. But,
my brother does rockabilly. I heard you say rockabilly, and like, yeah, that in my ear, like, I was like, yeah, my brother does rockabilly. He's been doing that all his life.
yeah, I mean rockabilly is an attitude and to me it's also an attitude towards instrumentation, right? So
Yeah.
it's like people that have 30 effing like pedals, digital effects pedals plugged into their digital amp, plugged into their Ibanez guitar or what, right? Like
Right.
that's not rockabilly. You could do every song you do could be by, the Crickets, and it's still, Buddy Holly and the Crickets, like it's still not going to be rockabilly,
Right. Exactly.
and like so when I had my band going, historically I always ended up playing rhythm guitar because at some point I decided to be a really good rhythm guitar player, and but for my band, I got to play what I call middle guitar. So I wasn't lead guitar, but I wasn't like core rhythm guitar either. So I played my Les Paul through a tube amp that has like 5 knobs, and one of those is volume, right? I have like volume, gain, and like 3 tone knobs.
Tube amps
And that's
are
it.
classic, man. That's like,
Yeah. And then I had a switch on it that I call my happy switch, where it bypasses all the tone knobs, and then it's a 2 knob amp. Right. But like playing a guitar, like, and to me, that's more of a rockabilly type, right? Like that's more the sort of instrumentation. Get that?
Ricardo, you play music. Come up and join.
And then, compositionally, my band was guitars, very guitar heavy with a bass, usually a bassist if I could get one. If I didn't have a bassist, then I just turned my guitar up louder and everybody I can keep time. So just follows me.
Are
Pays
there
off.
any modern rockabilly bands that you like?
I'm trying to think of, there's stuff. It's not strictly rockabilly, but so there's some stuff called in like what would be considered like the gothabilly scene that I like.
Yeah, keep going. I like this.
Yeah. So one of my favorites is, they're not really gothabilly. They're what I call heavy western. It's Ghoul Town. I really like them, but they're kind of adjacent to the gothabilly scene. And then I saw a band called Hillbilly Casino. I actually lucked into seeing them when I was in Dallas a few weeks ago. They're kind of psychobilly. They were good. I forget the band that opened for them. They were more gothabilly. There's like the Coffin Shakers are, as far as that subgenre is concerned, they're a relatively well-known group.
Would you say the Cramps are
The Cramps?
Yeah, they're right on that line, I think, between like psychobilly and gothabilly.
Yeah.
I love the Cramps.
Yeah, and then like, I don't know if you're familiar with like BR549, right? Like they don't play anymore. They're like gothabilly light, right? Like,
yeah.
Right, like they have a few songs that are straight up gothabilly, but they.
I remember my brother letting me hear them. Yeah, they're kind of like gothabilly light. Right.
Well, it's and one of their things is they went back to sort of like old instrumentation. They went back to styles of like of an earlier time.
Yeah, with the upright bass.
But their content didn't necessarily go back to an earlier time, right? Like it was. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the Chuck Mead, who was kind of one of the 2 main dudes in BR549, he still puts stuff out.
Yeah, I know.
He's technically still active.
The Cramps, though, they were so funny. The main guy, I think he died. The main singer, he called himself Lux Interior.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I believe
was it Poison Ivy, the girl?
Yeah, she called herself Poison Ivy. And I don't know, I got a kick out of that. It was funny.
Works.
Yeah, Lux Interior. Yeah, he was the singer. And he was like 6'4". He'd wear vinyl head to toe and pumps. And he had a very specific energy. And
right.
But I loved when I loved when they came back into college radio. They did that song "The Ultra Twist." Yeah. So when they came back and they were a little more well known, it was it really made me happy.
Hey, Ricardo, welcome.
Yeah, there's some good stuff.
Hi, Jeff. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hey.
How's it going?
Talking
So, which
music.
genre of music are we talking about? Rockabilly, is it?
Yeah,
Rockabilly.
I know next to nothing about that.
It's odd derivatives.
Cool.
Yeah.
Whereabouts did that kind of music start? Is it in the deep south?
Rockabilly actually. So I'm from eastern New Mexico, which is adjacent to West Texas. So like the town next to me is where Buddy Holly recorded stuff. I've been in. I have actually. I have toured. Like I can go walk around and check out the original Norman Petty studios. Which is really cool, by the way. Like some of the stuff that Norman Petty came up with, like the walls in there. He took the plywood in the interior of the main studio room where they record has these. It's not a simple curve, like it's a compound sort of convex thing, and it's really cool studios. Yeah, very innovative dude. You know, worked with what he had, and then there's stuff like the building that has like the tile room that they recorded in to get the kind of like special reverb sound, like a lot of those original like Buddy Holly stuff. There's that early stuff. There's this sound where they get this hard room kind of reverb. The first time they did that, they somehow like did a mobile recording, right? Like they hauled all the stuff over to one of the old movie theaters there in that town, and then later they built a room out in a building out behind the studio that was just tiled. So they did a lot of recording in there.
So the product turned out sounded like really echoey, I'm guessing. Like
yeah. So you had this really kind of like hard reverb kind of thing on the recording.
That some rockabilly people would sing through a toilet or something porcelain, something like a toilet or something like that. It was something my brother told me. Like they get that effect, I guess.
Yeah, like I said, the
porcelain like bouncing and like I guess that.
Yeah, like that the porcelain tiled room was.
Yeah, exactly.
Was kind of the end result of. So I mean, honestly, as far as I know the history, I'm not an expert by any means. I mean, like Buddy Holly would be considered one of the sort of originators of rockabilly.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, even like the Beatles were inspired by the Crickets, right?
Yeah.
They named their band after bugs, but too.
How do you classify the Black Keys?
I don't know.
The Black Keys? Okay.
I get them confused with the Black Eyed Peas.
Rockin.
No.
It was like I know who they are. They're not a band I'm like intimately familiar with or listen to all the time, so I haven't thought about it.
Okay.
They're more like are they kind of Americana rock and roll kind of like that, or something like folky kind of, or I can't.
Are they more Bruce Springsteen-ish? Because what you just described, I would consider like Bruce Springsteen to be a good example.
I don't think they're that, but like
they're kind of rock, huh? Like rock and roll.
They're like
rock revival.
Rock. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
America.
Like that blues form of rock.
I don't know. I thought they were kind of bluesy garage rock.
Yeah, that's a good one. Bluesy garage.
Okay. What era are they from? Just that might help me.
They came around during the aughts, the early.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
200s. Yeah.
That's probably why
it was the White Stripes. They were kind of part of that rock revival.
Oh, White Stripes. Yeah. Well,
kind of a
White Stripes too.
Not total garage band grunge, like a little bit more production on top of that, but still kind of like right after that. Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with that general thing, but like I said, as far as rock's concerned, I'm very choosy about what I listen to after.
What rock groups do you listen to?
I mean, I listen to a lot of like modern.
Yeah.
The only band that I know that's like that I would consider really rock that's not an old rock band that's still going. There's a band called Airborne. They're an Australian band. I really like that.
I know Air Supply. I guess I'm like modern in the sense of like post 60s on up.
Okay, well, I mean, I listen to a lot of. I mean, 70s and 80s is probably my prime spot there.
Do you listen to any Ren? Do you listen to any British rock bands?
Yeah. I mean, some of there's lots of them.
Led Zeppelin, Black Sabbath, Hawkwind, Pink Floyd,
King Crimson.
Oh, hang on, Hawkwind wasn't.
No, I mean, me personally, Do I listen to British bands? Of course. The Manchester
Coldplay.
scene. The
Yeah, I mean,
Manchester
there's a lot
scene.
of great like old
Oh, yeah.
psycho, like it's kind of the original psychobilly stuff is a lot of it came out of Britain as far.
Manchester.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and then there's like the weird subgenre. Not back to modern bands. It's like there's a bunch of these like weird Scandinavian like dentists that do like heavy metal bands on the weekend. There's a bunch of them.
You ever heard of Skiffle, Ricardo?
I don't think so.
Skiffle is British rockabilly, pretty much. That's what it like.
Okay.
And they used like washboards, well, a washboard, but they kind of did their own. They played like kind of like jug band music, but also kind of rockabilly-ish stuff.
So almost like bluegrassy with it's like
in a way, yeah, and like slightly bluegrassy, yeah.
Because I mean, I do think to me rockabilly is very electric.
Yeah, I mean, like the skiffle was.
Yeah, you mean plugged in?
They used a lot. Like,
well, electric instruments plugged in, right? Like both plugged in, and not a lot of acoustic instruments in rockabilly.
Right.
Well, they had the acoustic guitar players use like the traditional.
Sometimes.
Traditional rockabilly did definitely. When it was radio rockabilly, that was like Buddy Holly and like whatever, that era. But I think before that you had like Gene Vincent, you had even early Elvis maybe, but he was like, borderlining on mainstream. So
well, I mean, you've got there's kind of that like I said, for me, rockabilly is all plugged in, right? Like it's like electric instruments, and that's kind of what differentiates it from the sort of country, the sort of rockin' country bluesy stuff.
Yeah, man, definitely.
Before, right?
Rockabilly definitely had electric guitars, no doubt.
Because you had Western swing going on before, right? Which was an interesting direction and was very popular at the time. Then you had your kind of straight country stuff, which was kind of the rock and roll of the time, right? I mean, Hank Williams, like the original rock star. And then you had then you had the like acoustic offshoot. You had the bluegrass offshoot. And then kind of that Hank Williams country kind of got more and more. A lot of that, I feel like that evolved into kind of like the Elvis, the kind of proto rockabilly stuff. And then you had the branch then you had one group that kind of went way acoustic, right? And kind of led to modern bluegrass. And then you had, and then there were, honestly, Western swing just kind of was its own thing. It really didn't change in anything else. It just is what it is, and it still is.
It's all kind of connected. I mean, even like Luther Perkins, Johnny Cash, the guitar player, he did a lot of the not reverb, kind of like this kind of effect on his guitar. It was like kind of like but he made the effect. But people like now they can have like pedals that can make that effect.
Right.
That I don't know what they call that. Chicken picking? Oh. I don't know.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of that stuff is probably just pull-ons and hammer-ons and pull-offs and stuff. You can. There's a whole lot you can do without an effects pedal. You just gotta.
Absolutely.
Does
it has a lot to do with your amp too, right? When you're going straight into an amp, you can. I remember Ted Nugent was talking about it, and he's like, I don't have any effects on my guitar. He's like, I had a guitar and a big stack of amps. And he's like, I knew where to stand relative to the amps to get a certain effect. I'm like, yes, right?
Random feedback and shit.
Bass player I had.
Yeah, I mean that's what I like about running a, like I said, a pretty straight setup with it. Like I said, you can. you can get a lot of effects out of, you know, a guitar and an amp, you know, and it's
Do you ever listen
They-
to? Do you ever listen to the Kills?
I don't know.
The Kills.
Yeah.
It,
Mhm.
I mean,
I've never heard of them. Let's see.
The Killers.
Go Billy.
I like the
No,
Killers.
no, no. The Kills. The Kills.
I don't think so.
Okay.
And you and me.
I'm looking it up now.
I was just thinking though, you're talking about swing. I was just thinking the only swing I really know is jazz swing.
Well, I mean, Western swing is very jazzy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Western
old is
swing
swing,
is a very sophisticated genre. It's
Yeah.
you know, I mean, basically like like you're playing jazz chords, you know, jazz progressions and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
And they'd
It's
all
It's those
sing
lilts and
violin. And,
syncopations.
Yeah, it's very, you know, it's got
Beautiful.
swing rhythms. You've got, you know, lots of chords, right?
Oh,
Very jazz chords, but what,
Yes.
you know, the instrumentation is what makes it very Western. You know, you've got fiddles are a huge deal, right? Like, and fiddles playing in harmony. So like twin and triple fiddles, stuff like that is a big,
fiddle me riddle.
is a big deal in Western swing. And then you've got like a steel guitar, right? So steel guitar, twin fiddles, those are iconic instrumentations that.
Hey Jeff, did you know that Western swing actually it combined with Louisiana music at one point?
They used to have that Louisiana Hayride show where
Well,
I
like
think
Western
Elvis. I think that's where Elvis
swing is a
first got.
different. It's basically a style of music. So the Western swing, like I think that was popular in between fiddles and accordion. The accordion showing, or maybe they wanted to tone down the accordions and they wanted to get the Western swing and actual Cajun. I don't know how it. I'd have to ask Joel Savoy. He would know all about that. He's
Yeah, it
all
looks
about
like it was
swing.
being played up north around Shreveport, and that's where that Louisiana Hayride show broadcast out
Okay,
of.
so okay, so I was thinking of the
That makes sense because that sounds like the kind of music that was coming out of there at that time, and that's the station that gave Elvis his first shot
oh, okay,
when he
okay.
was an unknown.
I'm ignorant.
Yeah.
Caldy, yeah, you come up. Caldy's a music guy too. He does streams where he listens to me. He just plays music. With
And it comes through okay on the StreamYard.
he's driving. He's not as concerned about his channel as I am. Like he doesn't care. He just plays them, then deletes them or something.
Mm. Yeah, man. I like when I was trying to do the StreamYard and recording stuff. I just couldn't keep it because it was all so mucky. It sounded so bad.
Yeah, Ren, do you have any tips for Busker on how to play music on StreamYard?
Yeah,
On StreamYard?
Yeah, like live without like getting around the audio limitations.
it's terrible. Sometimes it'll slow down and speed up. You know, like it's weird. Like that's only one of the facets of the.
Yeah. I mean, StreamYard just doesn't seem to be a great platform for that. Like it would,
No.
you know,
It doesn't.
it's the sound is wonky and
Yeah, that's a good way
yeah,
to
I
put it.
mean, you know, straight streaming like through the doesn't seem to be too bad. Like straight through YouTube and
Really, you can do like just straight through YouTube.
You can just go
you
live
only
on
really
YouTube.
need StreamYard if you're gonna like it's great for the panel thing, right? Like it makes the panel situation super easy. StreamYard does.
Yeah, because like I guess YouTube can't handle all that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
YouTube doesn't have the option to have other people on. Give them a link to hop on, and that's what people have to turn to StreamYard for. But you could just go live on YouTube and
Yeah.
try it that way, direct to YouTube.
Yeah.
And then like if you were trying to combine both, what you would probably the solution would look something like doing like a StreamYard or a Discord, something that handles, you know, like a voice or multi-video chat, and then using that as one input source, and then using a more direct input source for yourself, and kind of mixing it with, comboing it with like OBS or something.
That makes sense.
But that starts getting more involved.
So, Ren, you said you have a couple songs on YouTube. What's your YouTube channel? Your channel.
So Ren Road. Let me see what I have on here.
Yeah, if you drop it in the back, I can
Yeah.
share it if you want. Because StreamYard compresses so bad that it's best to record and upload. Is that an option, Busker?
That could, well, like that's what I tried to do, and it really didn't make any difference. It was kind of just
like recording directly to your laptop without not even with YouTube.
It's probably a lot to do with the laptop too. I mean, this thing is so old, and it sounds like a vibrator, like
Maybe there's a way you can work it into the music.
You sound like my friend Jake. He would say something like that, like when I go into the bathroom and I hold on to the shower door, you hear this clank, 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 clank. He's like, you gotta make that and sample that in your music, dude.
Oh, pardon me, everyone. Maybe I'll see you later.
If I show you links in the Discord, would that work?
I don't have Discord.
Well, Jeff can.
You can share it in the back, and I think it'll keep
in
it
private chat if you have.
Or is I have it on my other device is the best way to get at them. So.
Or can you share it to me? I can share it to you.
I could just type in your name and find you, right?
Yeah, so I have multiple YouTube channels. So there's one called Martial Artisan that has one song on it. That's all it has on it. I thought I uploaded it to the Ren Rogue channel, but I apparently uploaded it to a different one.
How do you spell Martial? You said?
Yeah, Martial Artisan.
MARTAIAL. Art.
There's some white guy in Thailand that can't possibly. Is that it? The Quest of Muay Thai. There's another martial artisan out there. Okay, I found it.
Yeah, there's that one.
Autism and martial arts.
There you go, Buster. I popped it in the back.
Sounds like a channel I could be on.
Google really blows.
Can we? Can we play it since it's your song? It's July 4th.
That one's
Johnny Freedom.
It's not an original song, but it's an old song.
It's not. Okay, I better not risk it.
It's me doing an old song, so.
I like the fireworks.
Yeah, so I ended up, I did a 4th of July show, and I worked up that song for it, and I didn't get, they cut me off early because that was going to be my finale song, and then later I went to our little church here, and we watched the fireworks, and
I like the
I videoed the fireworks, too. And then I was probably wearing my gig clothes.
Take care, Helena.
Bye, Helena.
See you later.
It's very patriotic.
YouTubers.
Who's the person? Is that an old lady in the back?
Probably.
Who's the old lady?
So I keep getting kicked off every 2 minutes.
Reminds me of the Carter family.
Is she playing the guitar?
Maybelle? Yeah, on your video.
Oh, that's my mom, probably.
Oh, okay. She's cool.
Who's the old lady? Oh, that's my mom.
No offense.
Yeah, I have a whole backlog. So one of the local venues like live streams everything, and I play there quite a bit. So I have a bunch of recordings from there that I need to.
Whereabouts are you from, Ron?
Eastern New Mexico.
Oh, cool. Sounds quite hot there.
Yeah, but it's dry.
Is it really
It's the
dry?
desert, I think.
Yeah, it's got to be really dry.
It's hot and dry, but it's you know, it's a relatively stable environment.
I'd
Other than
rather have
temperature.
hot and dry than humidity and hot.
Yeah,
Cold and wet.
I don't do humidity well. You know, sometimes it's really cold. In the wintertime, you never know. It may be 80 degrees one day and like negative 15 the next day. But, you know, we don't have, I remember noticing as a little kid, it's like we don't have major like natural disasters. We have big sandstorms. We have occasionally like mid-level tornadoes, but that's about it.
Yeah.
You know.
Cool. No
Yeah.
earthquakes.
There, Jeff, I sent you my other channel, my old channel, and I think it's got
okay.
a few musical.
I'll,
I know it's got me doing like
I'm
"You're No
subbed to
Good"
that
to
one
acapella.
somewhere.
It's old stuff, but there's different stuff on there.
Jamming with myself.
Yeah, I probably would cringe if I watched those videos now, but they're not bad. It's just
they have an
I'm
acapella
better
one.
now than I was then. I know.
Yeah. See the improvement.
Oh, I like the singing. I'm listening to the acapella one.
What's up, Busker?
I can sing that song better now. That was actually in my lineup when I had my band.
Good to speak to you again, man.
That's good. Yeah, it's been a while, Ricardo. How you been?
I've been okay, man. I was ill a couple of weeks ago and kind of lost my voice and I couldn't stop coughing, but I had a really bad throat. But I'm a lot better now.
One of all these viruses going around.
Some kind of bug, yeah. They gave me antibiotics and I had an ear infection as well, which made it difficult to hear.
So,
I'm a lot better now.
Antibiotics cleared it up, so then it must not have been a virus, I guess, right?
Yeah, maybe it was a bacterial infection. I don't know.
Was it from that mold?
Hopefully
mold?
not. No, hopefully not.
I know I've got some kind of black mold growing in my house.
Jeff, there's no point thinking negatively about it because I've got to live with it.
No, you shouldn't have to live with it.
I realize what, the thoughts I create, the thoughts
Nobody
I have
should have to
my
live with that kind of damage.
I know, I've reported it, and they're gonna send someone around to have a look at it.
Oh, okay, good.
But it does smell a bit funny, I must say. It's not black mold though, it's only like...
Does it smell like a bit metallic and kind of like earthy smelling? Ricardo?
Yikes.
I was just laughing. We were talking about music. The TV's on mute, just like playing random stuff. And I looked up and it was Top Gear with Alice Cooper. That's Speaking of which, if you like that kind of music, I recommend, if you ever get a chance to go to an Alice Cooper concert. I got to go last year. That was a master class in how to like put on a good concert.
Oh man, like he can still does he still kick it like he could?
He's still, I mean maybe he probably doesn't, I'm gonna guess he doesn't probably jump on and off things as much on stage, but I mean dude can still sing. He's a master showman, like, because that's, there's a whole nother art to like putting on a show and being a front man and not having dead air and like keeping everything going, and I honestly, like, that's probably one of the best, again, like it was a great example of like how to put on a show. Plus he was awesome, and also in person everything was a little more rockin', a little more bluesy. Like it was less there's artists out there where it's like the recordings are good, but then you see them in person and you realize how much the producer like smoothed things out and kind of cleaned it up.
Exactly.
And to kind of make it a little more broadly palatable, right? And Alice Cooper seems to be an example of that. He was way more grr in person,
Right. Yeah, like it's kind of neat to hear people live compared to their shit that was recorded by these fancy dancy motherfuckers.
Yeah, like it's
Yeah.
And then some of them just recordings
Keep
don't
kicked off,
capture it.
man.
You know,
I don't know what the fuck's going on.
got to see Billy Joe Shaver. He was opening for Willie Nelson at a little venue here in local town. It was a really cool show I got to go to. And like Willie Nelson's voice, recordings don't capture it. That dude has pipes. It's amazing to hear him in person. And you're
How's
just
he
like,
doing now? I heard he got some sort of cancer or some shit.
I don't know. I don't actually like pay attention to Willie Nelson news, but
I think he's got some sort of problem where I don't know if he can still sing or not. I could be wrong.
I don't know. He's getting on up there, so
Yeah,
he's what is he? He's like one of the last highwaymen left, if not the last.
right.
Maybe I guess he's the last highwayman left.
So that's a testament to a lifelong affair with marijuana.
Possibly.
Oh no, we got mice again. God damn it.
Oh, we're back.
Yeah. Oh, I got to see somebody was asking me about like what bands I like. I do love ZZ Top, and they don't fit into any era.
Oh yeah, me too.
They're
They were kind of
eternal.
cool, weren't they? Kind of
ZZ
unique.
Top is eternal, and I got to see Billy Gibbons. It wasn't the ZZ, right? Like Dusty Hill died a couple of years ago, but they got a replacement bass player for ZZ Top. But anyway, Billy Gibbons also tours with the BFGs, which is a different drummer, and he's got a drummer, a bass player, and a miscellaneous. It plays like the organ. Anyway, he was at this little venue, this old theater in a town that's, for me, not too far away. It's like 100 miles. And anyway, I got to sit in like the second row. It was amazing. It was awesome.
Yeah, so ZZ Top, like that, they had the long ass beards, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eliminator is probably one of the best rock albums of the 80s. It's the perfect blend of rock and 80s.
Because they were running around in like the 60s, and then and then they had kind of like a really bluesy rock era. The
that
sort of
first
Texas
album is
blues
really
rock.
good.
And then the MTV era came along, and they rolled. They didn't fade away. They adapted and were stars of that era.
Exactly.
And never stopped, right? And it's amazing too because it's three guys, right? And they all had beards. Just one of them, he didn't have to put it on his face because that was his name, right? The drummer's name was Beard. But yeah, I mean, the amount of music they make they're like to me, they're a quintessential like power trio. I mean, it's ridiculous how much sound they make with just three guys.
Talking about rock music, Ren, I was just wondering what do you think about Metallica?
They're all right. They're not my favorite, but I mean, I don't have anything.
That's kind of what I think about them too, and the nasty things still.
It's like it's a little too. To me, it is like the more. To my ear, it is a little more produced, more like clean, precision. I don't know. I don't.
I know exactly.
It sounds mainstream.
Yeah, it's a little too clean and precise or something.
It's not dirty enough.
Yeah. I like Twisted Sister. They would be like an older kind of like early heavy metal. I love Twisted Sister. Yeah. And then I love AC/DC. I like Motorhead.
Yeah,
Van Halen.
Yeah, that band I was talking about, Airborne. If you take AC/DC and mix them with Motorhead, like that's kind of what Airborne is.
That sounds pretty cool.
They're pretty awesome. Yeah. But yeah, it's I mean, what is it? Usually it's like you either like Metallica or Megadeth. I definitely lean more Megadeth.
I used to love Megadeth.
Yeah, Megadeth definitely.
Awesome.
I got into Megadeth before I even heard Metallica. So like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I mean part of it I think is so there's a little bit of bias for me because as a what guitar picking I do, like I said, I'm a guitar player, so it's like I lean towards the stuff that works for me. Like if I'm going to go play kind of lead guitar type stuff, what clicks in my head and what I like to play is much more in the direct, regardless of genre. It's more the sort of jazzy kind of stuff where it's like gaps or long notes, right? Like it's not about a lot of precise. It's not a really like super precise, playing of the guitar, right? And that applies to other genres. Like I'm not a big flat picker, right? In like the country bluegrass side of things. I mean, I've got cousins who can flat pick the hell out of a guitar, and it's where you're hitting just like every note and really fast, and it's like that's just not me. I'm like Southern rock styling. Like a lot of Southern rock has the sort of guitar stylings that I like to play. Right, and you can apply that to different speeds and different genres, but that's sort of a little more. You're using open space, dragging out notes. It's a little more what you do with each note rather than what sequence of notes you're playing.
Exactly. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, man. Like that's kind of cool that you recognize that, because a lot of people don't recognize that.
Yeah, and like that, I respect people that can really play that precision. What a lot of people, I think colloquially they call it tends to be referred to as shredding. Like I respect that. It's like, but that's not my thing.
Exactly. Yeah. All the fancy dancy bullshit. Yeah, I'm not into that. Like it's got to be like fucking.
Well, it's like I could almost build a robot that could play that.
Right, exactly.
I guess that's kind of where I get to. I'm like, that's awesome, but it's impressive. But it's not a lot of that feel. It's like you can take a note.
Robots take over the music.
Yeah, you take your note. You like how you put your finger on it, how you pick it. Like there's so much variation in the right hand. People underestimate that. That's another way to talk about my guitar playing. I am a strumming hand. Like my right hand is where the magic happens. My left hand's half retarded, but my right hand, I can make all kinds of weird sounds and totally change the way stuff sounds just by the way I pick it, right?
Cool. You play right-handed?
Yeah, I play right-handed.
Yeah.
But I've run into like my guitar player, who's in jail now. Like we would pick up the same guitar plugged into the same amp and just like try to play a straight chord, and it sounded totally different. And I gave me a chance to kind of investigate. I already had hypotheses, but the angle of attack on the pick and like how you hold your pick, whether you hold it edge, kind of front loaded or back loaded, right? And all kinds of stuff.
Come on, Stance. Jimi Hendrix was awesome.
Total difference in the way it sounds. So
Can you go wrong with Jimmy?
So my right hand, and then you can get all kinds of like when I'm playing them, I find myself like just shaking the guitar sometimes. You're like, makes a certain sound.
Yeah,
but,
dude.
My guitar hero would be like Stevie Ray Vaughan. Like
my dad played blues guitar, so that was his thing.
Yeah. Stevie Ray Vaughan is like probably my number one guitar hero, and there's a lot of what he does that's in the right hand too. I mean, his left hand was great, but watching him, I believe that the magic was in his right hand.
Mm-hmm.
And I also sympathize with, some people like say B.B. King, he gently, chillfully, gets music out of a guitar. And Stevie Ray Vaughan just like freaking beats music out of a guitar. And I love that. I sympathize with that attitude. I've been known to wail. I'm pretty heavy-handed. I'm a heavy-handed player too. So. That's another style thing that I think is really hard to switch. Some people are light touch. Some people are heavy-handed.
We'd love to hear you play sometime, Ron.
Will, I'll have to sometime. I need to shake out the guitar anyway.
Why does that name sound familiar?
He's like a jazz guy.
Yeah, they made a movie about him, didn't they? Or no, they called the movie Django.
Was that Django Unchained?
Maybe that might be something different. It's just the name.
So there was these spaghetti western movies. These like actual like Italian spaghetti westerns that had a guy named Django in them. So that's where the Django Unchained was referencing. It was referencing old spaghetti westerns.
Okay.
But then also Django Reinhardt is like a famous kind of swing jazz player.
Yeah, my brother was all into him too. Django.
Yeah. One of the few instances I had a guitar lesson, I took with a guy called Slim Ritchie, who had this big white beard and was just like, I was at bluegrass camp and they had one class that was not bluegrass. They had swing guitar with Slim Ritchie, who was like this cool swing guitar dude, right?
Yeah,
You can imagine, right? Wore like Hawaiian shirts every day. It was just exactly how you picture it. That was him. He was the cool old swing guitar dude. And anyway, he talked a lot about Django and stuff. And he was a big fan of like the, you know, space between notes is also part of the composition.
Yeah, the swing guitar, like I've noticed that a lot of swing guitar players play acoustics that have a very small hole. But maybe that's like an old school thing. Like old school, like total old school shit. Like they'd use the acoustics with a tiny hole and the big body, like something like that. It was something different.
Yeah, I mean, most of the people I know play, probably on average, most of them play like a semi-hollow body of some sort.
Yeah, that came about, but like even before, I'm thinking before that, like
Yeah.
the early days, they used like these like guitars with acoustic guitars with these small holes.
Yeah, were they small holes or were they just really big guitars? Because there are bigger.
Well, they were definitely had smaller holes than a regular sound hole.
Huh.
But they were meant for like a lot of people, not meant, but like used a lot with Western swing, and also that I don't know what was the thing we were just talking about right before that.
Well, like Django and like
Django's kind
jazz.
of yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of like chomp 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 kind of going on with that kind of stuff. Like
yeah, if you're gonna play, you know. I played a lot of Western swing rhythm. That's how I really learned to play rhythm guitar. I kind of went, you know, into the deep end with these jamming with a bunch of old guys that used to play it for real, you know.
Yeah,
and learning to do the chunk, right? Like yeah. I lean towards chunking, you know, when I probably shouldn't. But
it can be annoying. I tried to do that. That's the one thing I couldn't get that. I mean, I know Cajun, like that they play on the downbeat for their guitar with the rhythm. They play on the downbeat. My dad would play like up and down like a regular, and also with the waltz. There was no stop for like waltzes. It would be just like dun 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 or dun 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 dun, instead of dun 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 dun, like
yeah,
clank clank and clank clank. You know, it's just kind of like I can't get into that.
And I'm really bad at the real, like my worst rhythms as someone who plays pretty good rhythm guitar are the really basic ones. So like, you know, what I think of as a boom whack, right? Like your straight boom whack. Like what most people learn first, that's still like I have to really concentrate to keep it that simple. Or again, like a waltz, a boom whack whack.
Yeah, dude.
It's like it's too simple. It's too simple. And I've been complimented on my right hand before too, but when in cases, and it's like I consider my right hand, it's like a savant hand. Like I don't know what it's doing half the time. And if I don't think too hard about it, it plays all these like complex rhythms, you know, ups and downs and half the strings, and it, you know, sometimes it takes me a second to figure out, oh, it's this thing, and to try to describe the thing is very difficult. And a lot of times it's the pattern exists over, you know, 8 bars or something instead of 2 or 4. But yeah, those really simple rhythms, I struggle with those, honestly.
Now here's you.
Yeah, I end up playing something that it's like, yeah, it's hard. It's right, but it's not, you know, it's not an easy to describe. I don't play by the book rhythms much. Very well.
Not as authentic as these authentic people.
Yeah. And like, you know, talking about the chunking, and then you can, you know, it's kind of using the guitar, you know, almost like a percussive, you know, like you're getting a percussive element. And I do a lot of that stuff too, that I just sort of ended up doing, and,
Yeah, man.
there's
Like,
stuff where I end up just like whacking it with my knuckles instead of the pick, or, I don't know. It's fun to watch my right hand. I don't know what, like I said, I don't know what it's going to do, but it seems to have a lot of ideas that work.
do you I'm not. Do you smoke cannabis?
Do what? Do I smoke cannabis?
Yeah.
Not particularly, no.
I was just wondering because I find it that like when I smoke cannabis, like things come out of my hands that just don't come out if I was like completely stone sober. Like when I go down to Fells Point, I'd do just one hit of pot and like for hours I'm just good, like pulling shit out of nowhere. And it's just like, where is it coming from?
I'd like to call it the chaos factor.
Yeah. I'm still searching for like just the precise, however it takes to get to like my experiments continue to find the precise, like alteration or state of mind or lack of sleep or whatever it is, because I've gotten close a few times. Usually involves lack of sleep and
yeah, that's another
coffee and stuff. But
similar to like the marijuana effect, I think, with the
hallucinations.
yeah, but to where I don't overthink it, right? Because it's like in my head, I can hear like stuff that I want to play. Like I can compose in my head, but getting it out to my fingers is
exactly. Yeah, I have that.
Though every now and then I'm just sort of possessed, and it's like I have a song in my head. Either it's a song that I, like there was a traditional fiddle song, so it wasn't something new, but I just had it in my head, and I had like I couldn't get rid of it, and I just got my fiddle out, and it may have taken me 2 or 3 hours to like trial and error to make sure I had all the notes right, because I knew how it went, and then I had or I have one of the songs like Milk Cow Blues, right? Like that's a classic, and
wow,
I heard this like lead break for it right in my hand, so I haven't when I play a break on that, like it's my version of it, because one night I heard it and I'm just like, that's it, and I went and beat it out on my guitar. And
did you say you play fiddle too?
Yeah,
dude, you ought to like make some videos of yourself. I mean, of whatever you playing. That's kind of
yeah, like I said, I've got recordings of like concerts or gigs and sets that I need to go through and parse out.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I mean,
but getting in a video editing / uploading mood is I haven't been in one lately, so I need to do it. But yeah, and then I need to set up like a decent little like I've been going to do it because I want to do some podcasting. I want to do some streaming on here and stuff, and set up like a spot where I have can record things with good sound, and if I want to go record something, I don't have to like dig out my stuff and plug stuff in, and I can just go sit down and do it.
You ever play on the just go out and play on the street to make some money?
Well, I don't live in town, and so I go to like sometimes I'll go to like a coffee shop or something.
Yeah, see that's kind of
Saturday afternoon, but there's not a lot. I don't live in a part of the world where there's a lot of people walking down the street. I've heard stories of my people I've played with. They're like, man, we should if we went to Vegas, we would make for a weekend or something, go busking or whatever. I haven't got around to doing much of that yet, but I do have the equipment to do it now though. I got one of the Bose S1 Pros, which I'd been wanting for a while, and I have one now, so I'm set if I do want to do stuff like that.
When I put up this picture of me, my dad's playing the guitar, and the guy to the left of me, stage right, is this guy plays violin or fiddle, whatever, and he
depends on whether you're buying or selling.
Yeah, right, exactly. So he didn't really know Cajun, but he was trying to play it. And he was mostly into playing kind of like old-timey kind of stuff, like Appalachian. And yeah, that I miss that dude, but his wife was just a little too far right and like she didn't like me because I didn't agree with her nonsense. So then Charlie stopped talking to me. It's like, okay, Charlie, thank you. You're about dead, so well, I mean, not dead, but you're getting there. You're gonna be there. You know, you're old enough. Thanks. That's a good way to say goodbye. He just ignored me because I'm sure his wife got nasty with me because I don't agree with a lot of the left wing. I can't get on board with a lot of that shit.
Yeah, people that can't be, get along with people they disagree with, or
Exactly.
are certain sort of people.
And if you don't follow their lead, then you're a nobody. That was kind of the way with the everything this past 5 years.
Yeah.
For me, anyway. I'm just saying for me.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm very, I've always been into politics and I have plenty of, vehement opinions. So, but I have a lot of, circles of people that I totally disagree with. And they know it too. That's the thing, is I don't hide it. I'm like, everybody knows.
Yeah, at least they
can choose to throw me out or they can put up with me because I'm a pretty fun person. I'm interesting in other ways.
I think maybe I'm too abrasive, and that's probably why nobody puts up with me anymore. So
I'm not exactly unabrasive.
But that's personality more than any particular opinion.
Yeah, I mean, personality and opinion kind of goes hand in hand in a way sometimes.
There is some correlation.
Yeah, correlation of some sort. Nothing too extremely related, but a correlation. Yeah, that's a good word.
It just leans certain directions. It's like it's a,
Yeah.
Odds go one way. It's not a holistic thing where it's not like all people of this sort of personality cluster are gonna tend to go this way. It's like, but you find a lot of them over there.
Oh yeah, we were supposed to talk about personality too one day.
Hey Jeff, have you heard this one? I used to love this one by the New York Dolls called "Personality Crisis."
Yeah, Sonic Youth covered it. That's probably one of. I wasn't that into the Dolls, but that's one of the few songs I like.
Just that one song, man. And then also, I guess maybe I was kind of into the guitar player stuff, but not so much. What was his name? He died of heroin or something. He was friends with Sex Pistols bassist.
One of the Dolls?
Yeah, one of the Dolls, the guitar player. I forget his damn name, but he was friends with Sid Vicious, really close friend, druggy friends. They were heroin friends. And he did his solo shit. He had his own name on the album. So I forget his damn name. I'm so bad with names. Oh.
Johnny Thunders was the lead.
Thunders,
I know who you're talking about. Hang on.
Thunders, that's right. Johnny Thunders. Some of his stuff was pretty good, but the thing I liked about some of that punk was they actually took the rock and roll riffs from the 50s and they made it into a grinding kind of sound, nothing too distorted, but distorted enough. Hold on, sorry.
I almost never hear those rings anymore. That's from the 80s.
Oh. It is funny with music and personality though. So well, you know who it is. It's Flow State. So I'm not a big fan of rap, and again, like I said, a lot of modern stuff. And he has the rare distinction of the few and far between rap songs he sent to me that he thought I would like. actually worked out. Like, you gotta add it to my playlist.
Sorry to interrupt, man. I gotta go. My mom's on the phone, so I'll
Oh,
catch you guys
okay.
later.
All
Busted.
right.
All
That's
Well,
right.
good
See
talking.
cool hanging
Later.
out. Okay. What did he send you, Beastie Boys?
Who? I know there's a couple of songs by G-Eazy, and then he sent me something by the Texas Hippie Coalition called "Pissed Off and Mad About It." I think it was that one. Just bits and pieces here and there. But a lot of people have tried and failed to. and he has a pretty good record. We have a lot of overlap in personality, measurements
Oh, is he an
and
INTP
temperament.
as well?
No, he's like an ESTP. I'm an ENTP.
He's S. Yeah, I can kind of see that.
But but where I'm an ENTP who has claimed territory on the borders of ESTP land, like I can go play over there. I'm more well developed in that direction than some. He's kind of the inverse. Like he's a nerdier ESTP than most, right? I'm a more action-packed ENTP than most, and he's a nerdier ESTP. So we actually, are kind of opposite sides of the borderland over there. And then we have the type 8 temperament thing too. Very similar temperaments. I think the temperament thing comes into play a lot with the music.
Like different temperaments are drawn to similar musics.
For similar temperaments seem to be.
And that's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah. The aesthetic, like the aesthetics that people are into, like if I were to try to draw a correlation, I would probably use like a more temperament based model to run a correlation. There are elements that go with the more cognitive, groupings, but it's more of a it's different. But like there's certain temperaments that tend to have a certain type of style, and like the way they like to, their clothes styles, and it's weird. There's a few things, and again, it's not concrete science, but it's intuitively there's some patterns there.
What's an example? Like, what's one of the temperaments and their style?
So, if like the Enneagram model, right? It's like type 4s or people with a decent amount of type 4 in their stack. In my intuitive observation, they tend to be the ones that definitely have a very specific style. It's not a copied style. It's not something that it's always original, and it's always but it's intentional too, right? It's like you're like, that person definitely has a very specific style, but it's also somehow very original, and tend to be what one would probably deem actually stylish, right? Like people can have styles that aren't particularly stylish. Does that make sense?
Yeah, tell me about it.
Right. Okay, the people that have somehow an original yet very intelligible, stylish style. I don't know, that I associate that with that people that have a bit of that temperament or more. And I don't know why, but so far it seems to have hit most of the time when I've tested that sort of correlation. Whereas and then another one might be, I'm going to say that in general, the gut types probably well, maybe not the gut types, probably 7, 8s, and 9s are not hugely concerned. You're going to find them on the less concerned end of things when it comes to style.
It'd be interesting to have Hank up here and see what he notices. because he observes people and classifies them in the type too.
Yeah. Well, here's one because ENTPs are relevant to this channel. ENTPs tend to have a really loud style. Like, I don't know that I've ever seen one that, like, in general, I think we are good with loud colors, and they'll mix patterns that no one else would, but it's not necessarily, but it somehow works. It's like somehow ENTPs often, I think, end up in the category where it's like they somehow would wear clothes that no one else would pick or put together, but it somehow kind of works.
That definitely describes my style growing up. Not so much today, but
Yeah, it's like there's
when I was finding myself, or trying to, back when I did
typically
all that.
typically I'm not afraid to to draw attention to.
Yeah.
Rarely I think do ENTPs dress in a subtle fashion. That's probably but yeah, the sort of whatever works, and they can be styling, and then when they like really try, it's almost like a caricature, right? Like it's almost overkill. It's almost past style into stylistic. I think that's it's not as reinforced of a theory, but I kind of there are multiple elements where I think ENTPs tend to go, they end up in stylistic territory rather instead of sort of being comfortable in the middle ground.
Is it only NTPs that you've noticed? I mean, ENTPs that you've noticed this about?
Well, that's a particular one that I
Like, if
think.
you see someone dress flashy, can you assume they're an ENTP, or are there other
If there's
types that
somehow it's
cluster
like
around that?
it's like flashy but chaos, right? Flashy chaos that somehow works. That's
Yeah, that's I
that's more.
totally I totally relate. But then
Right?
I am an ENTP.
Yeah, I mean, I've always, it's like they're like, you shouldn't be able to make the like motorcycle flames shirt and the like zebra print jacket work, but like it somehow does. I'm like,
And you think other types would not be able to pull it together that same way? There's
I don't
something
know.
with the
They would either
personality
try.
that
A lot of them would try too hard. They would try to follow rules that would never lead them to that selection, right? And then some of them might not have the aesthetic sense to get to something that works without rules.
Yeah, I was about to say the rules thing is my rules is what I think looks good to me. It's
Right.
not even rule. I'm not going through any kind of rules in my head.
Yeah,
I'm
no
just looking
rules,
at the outfit and seeing how I react to it.
but somehow aesthetically, but a sense of aesthetics that somehow is not entirely individual, right? Like the aesthetics work for other people. They're like, how did you do that? Like, how does that work? But it works, right? It works for other people, even though you're not doing it for them. In a lot of cases. Whereas then there's also people who would put stuff together that doesn't go together that still doesn't work, right? Like,
Yeah, I try to avoid that.
yeah, like that. It's like there's a knack there. And then so like ESTPs would be a counter. Like they're still not going to follow a lot of rules, or if any, but they tend towards a little more slick style, I think. Right? If they're intending, it's either going to be like really like low key, just kind of like whatever, casual, or very slick, like if they're trying hard. I don't think they like the big clashes of stuff. Even if it works, they don't like as much. They probably prefer more solid colors and stuff. That's just me theorizing.
I wonder if there's been studies done, like somebody's. It seems like that correlation would have been made by now by somebody.
Well, there's observations out there. But when you get into the layer of where it's like somewhat correlative, but isn't distinctly distinct, it isn't a hard distinction. A lot of people have no interest in that realm of information. They want everything to be concrete, If you can't, it's not a real.
Well, I like things concrete too. That's one of my big frustrations is people don't make things concrete enough. Abstractions get fuzzy.
Yeah, it's a seesaw back and forth. I think I think if I like it so long as people understand the sort of degree of fuzziness of the thing they're talking about. And I think what annoys me most is when they
I don't think they do.
They mismatch, right?
Yeah, I don't think they do, and they get frustrated when I try to get them to be concrete. They think I'm being difficult.
Yeah, there's some people like that where they're being really vague, and you're like, "No, I need more specifics," and they're like, "But I'm telling you everything."
And
you're
they
like,
think they feel like I'm
"You're
challenging
not,
them.
though. You're not. You're just what you're saying. I have questions about, and and you can ask those questions. You're like, "Well, answer this specific question?"
Yeah.
To try to
They get
mine
very
the
frustrated.
details
Like
out, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And then they're sitting there going, "Well, what do you mean you don't? This isn't clear information." I remember somebody I had a thing with, and they had this. They're like, "This, therefore this drastic action," and I'm like, and because I agreed with them on a lot of the, I would agree with them on a lot of their sort of preliminary stuff that led up to this sort of drastic conclusion. They'd be like, "So this, you agree with me too?" And I'm like, "I don't know. There's a whole, even if I agreed with you, to get to that, you would need to work out all of this stuff in between. There's a whole lot in between."
But I don't like it when they turn it and make it seem like there's something defective about your understanding. Like they're explaining it in very simple terms and you just don't get it. No, you're not giving me the detail that I need to understand it. You're just pretending like you are. You think that you are, but you're not giving me much. And then you're making out like I'm somehow at fault for not understanding you.
Yeah, for not having a bunch of pre-programmed shared warrants that somehow are it's like, oh no, the details come with it. They're in the back.
Or other people just play along and pretend to understand it. I don't do that. So I look like the lone person that stands out that doesn't understand. But
I feel like a lot of people do that. Or they actually trick themselves into thinking they understand.
Maybe so.
I think both. I think
I know when I understand something when I don't. It's very
and some people sort of believe they understand even if they don't. And yeah.
Yeah, the struggle is real.
Yeah.
What time is it there? 7? 8?
Yeah, it's
You're Central,
quarter.
right? Are you?
Quarter
You're
to 7.
Mountain?
No, I'm Mountain. So I'm only an hour off from you.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever had the wonder if you have a conversation with someone who thinks about things similarly, and you're working around a point by discussing really minute details to try to hone in on something, and there's an audience, and you realize to them it sounds like you're just repeating yourself over and over and over again.
Maybe. I mean, I don't really pay much attention because if me and the person know what we're doing, I don't even pay attention to if onlookers are thinking about if they think we're looping or not. As long as me and the person, because that feels like a normal conversation. When I find those people and we can drill down into the small, tiny little details, and they don't have a problem with it, and I don't have a problem with it, and we can keep doing it till we get the picture we're trying to convey. Right. I don't care what the bystanders think.
Yeah.
I just think I tune them out at that point. But
I've
it's
done
when
it
I'm the
enough.
only one doing that and there's nobody else around that can do that, and then I look like the oddball out and they try to frame me a certain way, like there's something wrong with me. But all it
Yeah,
takes is one person that can do the same thing to see that it's a completely normal way of approaching
right.
a problem.
It makes perfect sense to people that do it, and then but it from doing it in front of people, like for in many instances, for like many years, people would be eventually become annoyed. Because the other thing is that
Oh yeah, I don't ever
we
care
can
about
do
that.
it for like 8 hours if need
Yeah,
be.
I don't care. Like,
It's
I
like, oh
only
wait,
care about my interlocutor. I don't care about
yeah,
if you're not in the conversation. I don't care about your reaction, your opinion, any of that. Like, you're a
yeah,
grown person. Just go find. Why are you standing here watching me if it bothers you that much? Let me and the person talk. That's where my attention is focused.
yeah. I just find it funny because it's like, yeah, I love those conversations, but you know, in my attempt to occasionally observe the other people to figure out what it is how they're different. Like, well, why are they reacting in this way that I don't understand?
Oh yeah, I guess I was kind of insulated. I went to nerd school, and it was very common to have those kind of conversations. We'd stay up in the dorms all night long and have those kind of
Yeah,
conversations. So I grew up in environments where that was normalized, and so
yeah. For me growing up, yeah,
I
it
was
was
able to just tune out and be insulated from all the people that
like
were not.
I my dad and my brother, and me and my brother would have hours long arguments about the minutia of Star Wars or something.
Yeah.
So
Plus,
yeah,
when like with my acid friends, we would do that too all night long. And the people around, there was this one time when me and a friend were on acid. His girlfriend was on too, but she was trying to sleep in the corner. And we were in one of those conversations for hours, and it got really intellectually intense. And she, all of a sudden, out of the blue, like popped out of the corner she was laying in and started screaming. And she's like, I can't take it anymore. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. And she ran out of the apartment. We had to go get her and calm her down. Like, I don't know what set her off, but it was our conversation.
yeah. See, like that's an interesting point of
I'm like,
yeah,
wait, she
like
didn't have, she,
response.
like, what, if it did involve her, what, she could have laid there and slept. She could have left and did something that she wanted. Like, nobody was forcing her to sit there and listen to a conversation she wanted to hear. She could have gone in another room. But she made it out like we were doing this awful, horrible thing that was impacting her.
Yeah, yeah. But it's funny, but at the same time, it's like I don't find it a particularly, it's on the extreme end, but I don't find it like a shocking response to
I was completely, I had never been around
at this
somebody
point,
that
right?
had
Like,
that reaction.
yeah, it's
Like
been
my
like the last
family, I
10
was the
years.
nerd in my family. So, like, my siblings and my mom and stuff would always think I was talking about nerdy stuff, and they would roll their eyes and tune me out. But I wasn't having the conversations with them. So
Yeah,
if I was around a friend and we were having that conversation, they might make a little comment or huff or roll their eyes or something. But as long as me and the friend could keep doing it, I didn't care.
yeah, no. I like I said, I'd rather have one of those conversations all night long than
I
I
don't know
don't want to
why. I
stop.
don't know why it bothers people so much in the first place. If that's like people that sit around and talk about football scores for hours.
Right. Well, I think
I have
it's
zero interest in that, but I'm not gonna stop them from talking about it if that's what they're into. I'm just gonna go find
right.
something else to do. But I'm not gonna try to make them feel bad for talking about their interest.
I theorize it has something to do with like the sense of progression, where it's like people talking about shallow things, like they move on to the next shallow thing. Like there's a sense of motion or something that some people make them comfortable, and then where it's like you get into that the sort of the conversation where it's like, again, the topic stays the same and you dig down deeper instead of like moving past it, right? So the motion is inward and just getting like into smaller
Yeah.
details. I think maybe it feels awkward. I think maybe it's a genuinely this is just me theorizing because I've tried again. I'm still trying to. I'm just guessing from observing people's strange reactions to it. Sometimes it's like the lack of sense of motion, right? It feels like it's not progressing because it's like they can't see
Because
the
they're
small
not
brain
picking up on the
cells, yeah.
nuance. Because there's
Right.
actually
So
there is
they're
motion,
only
but they're
viewing it
not
at like
zoomed in to the
mid-level.
layer that the
Right.
motion's happening.
So
So
they,
it
yeah,
looks
like
uniform to them.
their level of zoom to them, it's like you're just repeating yourself. It's like you're
Yeah.
standing still repeating yourself. That's my best going theory currently.
Well, they're free to not participate. But don't harass me and my friend for wanting to do it.
Oh. Yeah, those are good conversations.
Yeah. I guess I got spoiled growing up because there was always people around to have them. But as I get older, it's harder and harder to find the people that can have those conversations. I find them on YouTube here and
Yeah.
there when they wander into my den.
Well, you say I've once I like found the first person, and I was from my internet, finding an internet chat room days like a decade ago, and I found a person, and what was the thing is the general group was definitely above average intelligence. It leaned in T-ish as far as cognitive types, right? So it was a very odd social group. Like half the population of the online social group was ENTPs.
Is that not the norm? Like having that many
No, I mean
ENTs
ENTPs
together? Because I just take that for granted.
it's like when you tend to find each other, but at the same time, it's like it was very for it to be a social group. So it was like there weren't a lot of rules. It was very comfortable, but it was very non-standard, right? Like it was not your average social group. And again, the average IQ is pretty high. But what was funny to me is it's like I kept going, and then one time I had this example of something I was trying to explain, and it just fell flat. And like I think the room was full; it could hold like 12 people. And I knew all these people, and most of them I expected to understand what I was saying. And there was one guy, and it was funny because, like I said, I'd enjoyed kind of the general above average level of the social group, but then it got to a point where it's like there's only one person left here who understands what I'm saying. And there was a level of conversations I could have with him that I couldn't have with anybody else. And then once I kind of like realized and could recognize that, then I ended up and I have sort of seeking it, right? Like looking for it. And so I feel like I've got, maybe 3 or 4 of them now, which is a lot.
And that's as long as I have 1 or 2, I'm fine.
Yeah,
The
like it's a
person I
really
can go
rare
to for
commodity.
that. And I'm getting, I think I'm getting, or I feel like I'm getting better at identifying who not to try to have conversations with. Because before I would try to push to that level of Zoom with people that I didn't realize were not able to go there. But I wasn't aware, and I'm noticing more when to just pull back from the conversation and kind of keep it on a surface level.
Yeah, there are tells. Like I said, I feel like studying the typology stuff has helped me pick out some of the tells. Or like INTPs are interesting because in real life they're hard to spot because they're tend to be kind of quiet. But what I've learned is like when I was teaching or something, and I would go off on an Elwood and I would start getting into like nitty gritty details. You could, if you watch, I would see every now and then I've run across like a student that would just be like, it's just like they lit up. Like they didn't say anything, but you could just tell that they were the way that I default like exported information, they received. Like they could they didn't require translation. Like the way I sort of put out information was the way they like to receive it. And that was always, so I've gotten I've gotten better at spotting the introverted, NTs that way. INTPs are like that. INTJs, they just like suddenly show up for me, for ENTPs. I think they spot an ENTP. You don't, and then they show up and they're like, "Can I eat lunch with you?" At the, if you're like coworkers or something, right? Like, like we had a big thing where it was like free hamburgers for everybody out in the big commons area. I was working at a college, and I sit down at a table by myself, and this like the guy who stays in the room by himself and like does stuff. in the IT department. He like comes to my table and sits down and is like, can I sit here? And then he starts telling me like offloading information about coding languages. And it's one of those things, I know enough to understand him. Like I couldn't repeat it back to him, but it was like all this pre-processed information that I was just like taking in. And then he was excited because he was able to like explain it to someone who did seem to understand what he was talking. Which is an interesting dynamic. But
Yeah. I've also seen this happens all the time when introverts find that person and they start to extrovert. You can't shut them up. They become the most extroverted introverts
yeah.
that I've ever seen.
Well, I said clearly NT or INTJs, like that's what I get with them is it's like there is there are actual theories within the models that INTJs and ENTPs get along. But yeah, it's like it's like all of their favorite like special topics and stuff that because they tend to be more specialists, whereas ENTPs tend to be more generalists, right? And it's like, but the ENTPs, or at least in my experience, I can understand I know enough about their topic that I can understand all of the stuff that they've spent decades like
that's when they realize they have an
and they
audience
just
that can
offload it, right?
understand.
It's like
Suddenly
you're a one-person audience that understands.
Yeah, like I thought you were an introvert. Yeah, I find a lot of those up here. So now when people tell me you're an introvert, I'm like, I need to wait and find out if they're not crypto extroverts first. They just have the wrong audience. That makes them think they're an introvert.
Yeah, I thought I was an introvert for a long time, and then I realized my favorite example of when I learned that I wasn't was one of the things was it's like, okay, I had done one of those internet typing things many years ago, and I think it put me as like an INTX or something. And so I just assumed it was true. And then I went on a deep dive and I started getting into it, and I started leaning like maybe I'm an ENTP. But I really thought I was an INTP for a while there.
Because they're just tendencies, so you're probably an ambivert. Are you able to extrovert?
It's a cognitive, it's a processing profile. So it's, if you look at it, there are some models who focus more on the behavioral. So like, in my opinion, socionics is more accurate as far as behavioral interactions and stuff and those differences. Whereas if you take MBTI and really kind of young it up, and then you also kind of like, with a little Jungian mindset, like it's more about the cognitive processing profile. It's like it's an attentional profile and like order of processing kind of thing.
So is the behavior and processing not related?
They're related, but it isn't.
But the behavior is what's observable.
The behavior is more flexible, in my opinion, right? It's easier to alter your behavior than it is to alter the way you process information.
Yeah.
Right.
Probably.
So behaviorally, so like in socionics, I consider socionics most accurate, most at a behavioral level, right? It's not total BS at other levels, but I find that it's most consistent at the behavioral level. That's where it's sort of like the highest fidelity. I would be what would it be? It would be an ILE, would be an ENTP. I would be like the TI subtype of an ILE in socionics would be my sort of kind of. But the thing is behaviorally, I can interact with other people pretty well as an ILE, as an LIE, as an SLE, right? So in basically an ENTP, an ESTP, or an ENTJ, I can sort of behaviorally exist in those areas pretty well, right? Like, but I still think mostly like more or less like an ENTP, right? Like my baseline cognitive profile is still that. What was I going to say? I don't remember now.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that too.
Tensions, introvert. Oh yeah, my example of when I now, is that I had the revelation that I probably wasn't an INTP, realizing that I had just spent like 3 hours explaining to someone why I was an INTP. Just sort of as a social conversation. And then I confirmed it when I decided to try stand-up comedy. That was
Oh,
one
you
of my
did stand-up comedy?
Yeah, I got the hankering one day, and then I like mainlined it for a week, and then I drove 100 miles to an open mic and did a set.
Oh, did you write? How did you sat around and wrote jokes ahead of time?
I wrote a set the night before. I wrote a
Oh.
5-minute set. It was a really good writing exercise because it really, it's one of the most, like, I think to write good comedy is it's one of, because it requires such precision, right? Like all access to write it really good, you got to cut out all the fluff, right? Like it's
Tell us a joke. What was one of your jokes?
well, most of my set was sort of martial arts flavored, so and I started off with some stuff, and then I got into a part. There's a little part of the bit where I talk about how I do taekwondo, but people always mistake it for karate, and how people always when they say it, they have to move their hands. They go, "Oh, you do karate?" And I go, I've been doing this for 2 decades, and I still haven't learned that move, or
That was kind of funny.
And then I go into what was it? I haven't done it in a while, but yeah, stuff about like the assumptions that people have, or the fact that I'm a world champion power breaker, and the first thing people do is they, I'm literally known for destroying, building materials with my hands, and so they think it's cool to just like grab my hands and see how soft they are.
You are a power breaker?
Yeah, I am.
What did you break?
Concrete and wood.
With your hands?
And my feet, yeah.
Oh my God.
Typically concrete with your hands, but
Do you have any videos?
My original channel, the one with lots of stuff on it, it has breaking
Can we
videos on it.
watch one?
Sure.
Okay, wait, let me try to find it.
Yeah. No, I literally have two. I've been the world champion of it twice.
Like the whole world.
Yeah.
What do they go by? Wait, I didn't know I was talking to the person in the entire world that can break shit better than anybody else.
Yeah. One of my jokes is that, usually I'm not a fan of America adopting, some other country's lingo. But in the case of power breaking, I am, because in other countries, they just call it destruction.
Is it destruction video? That's what they're called? Sidekick power, knife hand. Oh, let's watch knife hand power breaking. Is this your champion thing?
Some of them are, yeah.
All right, here we go. We're going to watch her break stuff with her hand, her knife hand. Wow. Yikes.
Okay, that was a qualifier. That put me on the team.
It's loud. Wait, what? No! How are you doing this? No! What? Oh, okay. That looked easy. It looked like just little tiles. What were you actually breaking?
So those are rebreakable boards. So they're plastic and they have a groove system so that they're, for high level competition, they tend to use those for 2 reasons, because high level competitors would go through a whole lot of lumber, which is really expensive. And also they're consistent, right? So each one, if you crack one new out of the package, it's been designed to break with a certain amount of pressure. So it makes for a really consistent competition. So
here's is it
so
concrete?
That's concrete roofing tiles.
Oh, roofing tiles. I thought you were gonna break the concrete blocks. Okay.
No, they're just set up.
Wait.
This was for my 4th degree black belt test.
No, stop.
I'm gonna break 2 at once, one with each hand.
I like the way you line up. You warm up first. So suspenseful. What? How? Okay. What? Tell it. How are you? What's the trig? How do you? Like I know I could just walk up to those and and break them. What? How do you
Uh,
not hurt yourself?
there's levels to it. So you don't want to do power breaking. I mean, if your technique is incorrect, I have seen people break their limbs, right? Like
That's what I'm concerned about. Yeah.
yeah, I've seen somebody go to break like one of those scalloped garden tiles, which is a really small, not very hard to break piece of concrete, right? And instead of hitting with their hand, they hit it with their arm, and it broke their arm.
So what do you hit with your hand? Like your hand bone? Your hand?
Yeah. So knife hand is like right this bone right, kind of on the back of your hand, right below your pinky. That's the bone you're breaking with, right? Because if you that's the bone for a knife hand, and then like a reverse knife hand is this bone right here. It's a surface.
So if you hit it at just the right part of the bone, it has the strength.
Yeah, so a lot of it has to do with, like keeping my wrist straight, right? Like so good technique keeps you from being injured. Good. So, keeping the wrist straight, hitting square, right? Like not hitting fingers first or arm first, right? So one of the reasons I walked through it, right? Like if there's competitions where that's not allowed, so I don't. But if I'm allowed to like walk through it once, that makes it easier to make sure you hit you give your body a quick run through, like remember how to move through space. But and then as far as actually the power, right? So your arm is always going to be wimpy and can only generate a certain amount of weight. Also, it's stuck out here, so it's like there's nothing holding it. So form, right? Like then you get into how you link up your hand out here, your knife hand, to how you link it into your shoulder, which links into the rest of your body, which links into your hips, right? So you want to break with your body, even though you're striking, you're impacting with some appendage, right? So linking it all up, and then there's a big mental aspect of it, right? So there's technique, and then there's conditioning, right? So there's forging of tools. I have a little hand anvil that I picked up one time, so I'll just sit there.
So you have to get work your hand into the.
It helps, right? Like they've done research on this, where over time you can create microfractures and your bones grow back denser, right? So over time,
world champion of destruction. Look at this, world champion. Yeah. Where was this?
That one was in Korea. That was the first time I won. South Korea. I actually won 2 divisions. I won individual. I teamed house in individual. And then as part of the U.S. breaking team, I broke one of the biggest stacks of the whole tournament.
Oh my god.
So that was those are all double strength boards. So that was the equivalent of approximately 6 1-inch 10 or 12 by 12 1-inch pine boards is sort of the baseline.
And then what they put the flag on you for America. They all have their they wear the flag of their I see. World champion. Why is he standing so close? I'd be scared. This is the most destructive woman in the world. Look at all those big guys you beat out.
The guy next to me is my coach. On the podium with me.
God, I bet that guy's Shane. Hey, hold your head high, sir. You probably did okay. You did better than a lot of us. You still have something to be proud of. So the 2 Americans were the most destructive?
Yeah. The U.S., we usually do well in power breaking because it's really hard to cheat us, right? Like it's really hard to fake the scores. You either break it or you don't.
Ooh, that might be copyrighted. Put your hands up and pretend like you're submitting. What does that mean? Like this? Like, don't hurt me, sir. And when they take a step forward, boom! I'm willing to try it. People mess with me all the time.
Hands up is actually is not a bad place to move from. So
I would never think of that on my own until y'all verbally told me. Instinctively, I would never think to do this if somebody was coming at me.
like in self-defense training, like if you had a knife on me, like we're sticking a knife in my face, I would put my hands up because that's actually where I would want to move from.
Really? I would
get rid of
run. It would be knife in the back because I would be
Well, that would
10
be the
feet down
correct
the
move.
road.
Is you always, if you can get away, you always should, right? Like there's levels of self-defense: escape, control, destroy.
But if you can't escape, then do
Then you want to
this.
control. If you can't escape,
Don't
then you want to control
don't
the
stab me,
situation.
sir. Please.
Or
I
in
beg
shooting,
of you.
this is one of our standard ready positions in competitive shooting, right? Like it's actually some of the best. I'm pretty good at it, but my brother's literally one of the best. Like he can draw from this position faster than maybe any other position.
So when they see your hand, they don't think you can grab your gun fast enough, and so it puts them at ease.
Possibly, I don't know. I mean,
I
it's
can't.
just
I don't even have a gun to grab, so
yeah.
this will work.
I tested
Oh
my
my
brother
God.
once. Like we were doing a self-defense. We were working out some self-defense stuff, and we were trying, and we trained black belts who were also familiar with guns. And he started with a holstered gun because just to see if we could do it. It was a toy gun, but and we tried to see if we could control the gun and disarm him before he could draw it and shoot somebody. And the first person was always out. He always got at least one good shot off, even if you're standing right in front of him, like knowing what he's going to do. He's so fast. Like the second shot, like we could control the gun and take it away from him, after the first one. But
Wow. They don't even have to work that hard. I would not be that difficult to kill.
he always got the first one off. Okay. I can move to the other room. Oh. See if I get enough battery.
We're relocating. Was Mama in there?
Yeah, I'm relocating. I'm in the room with the TV, so it's dark, so
Sorry.
Oh, it's TV time.
so it's TV time.
Yeah. Hey, Dino. Did we get our joke today? You have me spoiled. Welcome. Happy VD. V-Day. Oh, I love looking at the ceiling. Oh, I love that. We had a wall like that in Vegas with the rock. I love that. It was our fireplace. I used to climb on it.
That's the I forget you guys are getting the 45 angle tour here.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, that's our it's technically like a flower. It's like a flower bed thing in the front hallway, but
Is that a moose head?
Moose head.
Or skull? What?
It's an antelope.
Oh, an antelope. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you could. Okay. We're gonna get a joke.
There's
Dino.
there's Kalijah, the wooden Indian.
That looks racist. Why do you have? Do you have a permit for that? A certificate?
I rescued him from a store. We got him from
like
a store that went out of business.
Did you see
years
The
ago.
Curse? The Netflix series? It's set in New Mexico, and that's actually one of the plots. Is she buys this? Her white friend buys this Indian from this store because she thinks it's racist, and she gives it to her to liberate it from the racist. Dino.
Hey.
Wow.
Hey, or is it Dino? It's Dino the dinosaur. That was his name, right?
Yeah. Dino the dinosaur.
Yeah, I
that's
remember
right.
Dino.
Yeah. I can do one joke, and then I gotta run.
All right.
It's a quickie, so be ready.
This
All right.
the joke.
Here it goes. What sound does it make when a water truck hits a vinegar truck?
Doosh, doosh.
Doosh.
I got that one.
You got it before
That's
I
an
said it.
appropriate joke for tonight, I think.
All right.
Thank you, Dino.
You're welcome.
Oh,
Have a
That's
good Valentine's. Happy
Good
Valentine's.
DD Day. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Oh. Wow. Are you still walking around?
No, I'm probably in the room where I'll stay for a while. I'm just figuring out where I'm gonna like park myself. I'm in the library.
You have a library.
Well,
Look
that's
at
what
all
we call
those
this room.
books. Wow, that is a library.
Pretty much every wall is covered in books, and I literally have like a van trailer full of books. Like the first thing I did when I moved into the house, this is my parents' house, but the house I lived in, it's like the first thing I did was line the biggest room in the house with bookshelves, and I filled them, and then yeah, I have like a van trailer full of books
Every
that I
time I
bought.
move, like 2/3 of my load is my books. If I didn't have all these books to lug around, I could move with a
Yeah.
car probably.
I'm working on like getting we just bought some like 20-foot containers. I think I'm gonna try to turn one of those into like I want to turn one of those into like a portable library. So like if I ever did move, I could just like ship the
Oh,
container.
like a bookmobile?
Yeah, so it'd be like, it can be my library and I can plop it on the ground, but if I ever did want to move it, I wouldn't have to unload it. I could just haul the container, on a semi. Or have it shipped if I needed to. And most of the light bulbs are out in this room, but
I see that. Do you have candlelight? Actually, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna keep running for. This seems like a slow Valentine's. I thought there would be lines and lines of miserable, forlorn, erotic rejects wrapped around the Panelverse, but apparently, A, there's not, and B, the same people are streaming. Like there's a lot of other panels that are doing
yeah.
similar things. Wrestler has CupidCon going on. Flow State's doing something. That's where Hank is. Who's up on Flow State? Talcott's on there. OTW. He's actually getting super chats. Damn, what am I doing so wrong? We got another drama channel. Let me see what's going on here. That's probably what I'm doing wrong, is
Okay, but at
not
least you're
letting the drama
different.
up.
You're different. Like that's,
I'm a
I
niche
guess it
audience.
may or may not be the moneymaker, but
Yeah.
I appreciate your differentiation from that, because as much as I like Flow State, I have a hard time hanging out with him when he's doing his panels, because it's the dumb end of.
Oh,
Because like I know
does he know that? Does he? Have
I
you told him
know
that?
that
And
he
will he listen to you?
he doesn't care. He knows what I think.
Okay.
Well, so me and him have had like all night conversations like years ago. Like, we've talked, we've had lots of long, interesting discussions, and then we've been in different environments where neither one of us were like the top dog, so we could troll more and
Yeah.
in a fun way, with each other, like to make each other laugh and stuff. We've done that, and but yeah, I mean, he his channel, it's like it's I have a hard time sticking with him most of the time.
He's built his brand. He has a very specific brand. And
What I've noticed is that when he goes on, he gets his, because like I said, I know him well enough to know that he's more of a nerd than he at first appears, and likes, and is capable of some pretty deep and interesting conversations. But I've noticed, I think he gets his fix on that by going to other people's channels.
Oh, and having the wisdom to keep
Yeah,
too much
he
of
goes
it away
to
from his channel.
other people's channels, and on other people's channels a lot of times. So the other people that have channels a lot like his, I see, or more in what I would categorically, it's a large category, but that have some of the same overlap. Like he goes to, I've seen him, just bits of him on other panels as I've sort of channel surfing, and he comes off as the more like intellectual sort of, calm person on other people's stuff. He'll end up playing that role on other people's channels.
That's interesting, because
whereas on his channel he has to be like the instigator, right? Like he has to kind of it's mostly him just poking stuff, right? Like it's him stirring the pot constantly,
Yeah.
which requires energy, but it doesn't lend towards him on average getting to delve deep into topics and stuff, and be the sort of the nerd on the panel, right? Like, but he can go to other people's panels and be the nerd on the panel, and I sympathize with that. I mean, it's always different when you're trying to run a panel, trying to run something versus,
Oh yeah, it definitely is. There's very few panels.
and then he
I could
comes over
even
to
go
like
on.
your panel a lot of times, and he ends up kind of being the rude one, even though he's not incapable of
He likes
engaging
to
at a more intellectual level.
test boundaries, and
Yeah.
he likes to do his thing, and he doesn't want to be told what to do and
Yeah.
managed. And I get that. I don't like that either, which is the main reason I don't go to other people's panels.
Yeah.
But he also comes here. There's certain things that I just don't want on my channel, and he won't respect that.
Yeah, like I said, he's he's kind of. I think he has like it's his sort of position in when he comes over here is not. It's not either or. He ends up somewhere in the middle, I think.
Yeah, but I'm always glad to see him when he shows up, and he's certainly welcomed here.
Yeah,
It's very rare that I have to moderate him.
Composition of the panel. I'll tell you that, like from experience, right? So if
That
it
he
was like
was.
me, if it was me and you and him, and just the three of us on a panel, we could probably have a pretty good thing going. We could probably have a chill,
You think so?
intellectual conversation for a long time.
I don't know. I think he and I would get into it at some point. We always
A little
seem
bit.
to.
Yeah, but the
Usually when
thing
he's
is
being boneheaded about something.
me here would kind of would help split the difference. Because I'm somewhere in between.
Yeah, you're good at identifying like conflict you're not involved in. You're good at seeing the dynamics of the conflict and how it's happening and where it's happening and pointing it out and talking, helping the people navigate through it. Because sometimes when you're in the middle of it,
yeah, and
it's
also
not
I
as easy to see all that.
I can sit him down a little bit because he knows I'm not playing. He knows I'm not faking it. like we respect each other enough to be like, if I told him, be like, okay, just stop that. It's not going anywhere. There's a chance he would listen to me.
Cut it out, Flo.
Whereas most people get angry and like start telling him what to do, and he's not, and it's just going to make him worse.
Well, how would you handle him then? What should I do in the future? Because when he comes over here and trolls people,
I would control the panel, like just straightforward, honest, no filters. I would curate the panel that he's on. So there are people, and I've seen it happen. I forget who it was that
So he's reactive to the people that are on the panel, and if you have the wrong people on, and then just get it. But I don't like that's. I don't want people to come over here and hold my panel hostage either.
But it would be like if you wanna like do a crossover with him, and you wanna have like the Nietzsche thing or whatever, like I know you guys were toying with that a month or two ago.
We were, but then he came over here and did something, and I couldn't trust him anymore. So I didn't want to take the chance.
If you're going to do that, like I would be careful who I let on with him, right? Like, but if you can go with this hypothesis, who's on the panel, who's up here with him, is going to have a large effect on how he behaves.
And see, I never notice. That's one thing I'm bad about noticing. And there's certain people that I'm not even supposed to have on panel together that I always forget about, and I let on anyway. And then the conflict starts.
So there's people that come up and don't.
I'm used to people knowing how to behave.
And they start going, oh, you're just here for the lulz. You're just here for the views. You're just grifting, right? And the people that come on and do that, he's going to respond to them basically by leaning harder into whatever it is they're criticizing. He's going to become more the troll.
That is what happens sometimes,
right? And I've seen it happen in here, right? Like and there's just people who have only ever seen
one of those people
that,
like Talcott and a few other people that people feel prompted to come up and confront. So when they see him on another panel, they see it as an opportunity. I'm going to come and confront. He's not in his home territory. He's not in control of the panel. I'm going to come and confront him. And that's not what my channel is for.
But the thing that those people don't seem to understand is he's going to get off on that. He's going to enjoy that, right? He loves conflict, right? It's it's not going to shut him down. He's just going to giggle and fight back for lulz. He's not going to take them seriously. He's just going to do it, right? But his instinct is going to be to like fight, go back. You know, whatever you bring to the table, he's gonna return it, and you know, he's not going to back down from a conflict. And because of his brand, he has to lean into it a bit more.
He's an Enneagram 8, and so am I. We figured that out very early on, and neither one of us backed down.
Yeah,
we're the challengers, and so I know that about him.
So am I.
And I know that about myself.
Me and Taylor, like we've established that pretty well. We're very similar in that matter, but it's interesting. So here's another thing, and I've a lot of my data comes from me and him being on panels in the olden days. So when I first joined that social group I was talking about, that video chat, he was the only type 8. I joined it, and I thought I was a 7 for a while, and then I remember about a month in, I kind of was like, yeah, I've been studying this model. I think maybe I'm a type 8.
Oh, you think you're, because I think Flo and I are both 8-7 wing. You might be 7 wing.
I'm an 8 wing 7, yeah.
Yeah, 8 wing 7, which is also I'm told Donald Trump's type as well. Which he didn't back down either.
He's very 8ish. Yeah. Well, honestly, he's probably got a pretty similar type to Taylor overall. Like they're gonna. There's a lot of overlap.
Yeah, it's.
But Taylor's a little more laissez-faire in a certain way. Honestly, my sister is the closest. Her and Donald Trump are very similar in their, like, they're totally different people, but at the same time, their personality and temperament types are very similar. She's a little more reactive. Donald Trump's a little more reactive.
Speaking of personality type, hey Jeff, what's been going on? I haven't heard from you in a while. Here, let me drop you. He runs a typology channel.
Cool. But yeah, the dynamics of multiple 8s in the same social group starts to get there. You can do. There's a whole like system that occurs with that. So because Taylor was the loud 8, and he was already established as sort of the loud 8. You know, kind of the. He wasn't the head of the channel, but he was, or the group, but he was the. You know, he was the loud confrontational 8. I ended up being the sort of silent but deadly 8. And because the sort of loud 8 was already taken. So I kind of felt, and so I
there's different subtypes of 8s that people.
That's not a subtype. It's just like within a group. When you start getting multiple 8s,
they start to differentiate
in a group of not 8s. Right. Okay. So a group of only 8s is one of the most fun times. I love being in groups of just 8s.
Okay.
And most states do, because we don't have to worry about each other.
Yeah, it's my norm. I don't. I don't have to. Worry
we don't have to worry.
I have to worry about from non-8s. You're right.
Yeah. To other 8s, apparently, to non-8s, apparently we let out a lot of energy, and it's sort of like it can be stressful to be around us. And my experience is when I'm around other 8s, they're actually they feel like in a certain way my experience is that they're actually like the lowest energy, the calmest people I'm around. They're like the easiest, but it's apparently the opposite for people that aren't 8s. But
and so what happened? You're talking about when you're like the only 8, or there's only a few other 8s.
So when you start putting 8s in a group of not 8s, right? Like in another group, right? So if there's one 8 in there, they don't necessarily prefer the top dog role. They like sort of the left hand. I think is. I know in real life that's probably my preferred position, right? Like the left hand of the king. Right? Like it's
I'm a Sigma. I'm a Sigma 8. I don't even notice all that.
Well, the left hand is the person who kind of strikes when necessary, occasionally takes care of the, will initiate conflict and sometimes, kind of handle that sort of stuff, but really doesn't fall within the hierarchy in a clear fashion, right? They're just sort of, they weirdly kind of float just outside of it. And then they kind of, but weirdly, you do kind of you can often end up kind of managing things a bit, though. There are situations where only somebody who just comes in and yells at everybody and says, "You're an idiot, you're an idiot," and everybody needs to stop right now. Just. And then like I said, then you start, like I said, when you start getting more than 1 8 in there, then eights will never admit that any of them are above any of the others, right? Like in our own minds, I think one of the defining sort of like internal myths of an 8 is that we're always the biggest badass, right? Like that's part of our internal mythology. You can never convince us otherwise.
Biggest ego, maybe.
Right. I mean, I'm saying it, abstractly. And so, yeah, our ego, we don't admit to not being. So we kind of hold that. And so as long as other 8s respect that we all understand that none of us agree that any of us is a bigger badass than the other, then 8s are cool with each other. That's why 8s are generally cool, because they don't try to challenge each other.
Yeah, we're not trying to outdo each other.
Yeah. Whereas other people will come in and they'll sort of like bark like an 8. I always think of it, it's like ducks puffing their feathers out. People do this. A lot of people do this. And they puff it, they're like, "Well, I'm an 8." And I'm like, "No, you're not." Like
they also try to like take us down or put us in our place.
Yeah, it's like a defensive offensiveness, And they get all loud and bitchy, and it's just you just kind of like shrug at them. You're like, that's not going to work. Like
I had a friend
the
that
actual
was
article, like you're faking it, so it's not going to work.
They think we're faking it. Or
most people they encounter are, right? Like they're faking it, so they assume other people, and so they.
No, I'm not. Yeah, no,
and so they're like triggered by the actual article, right? Like the actual thing that they're mimicking.
This makes so much sense now that we're talking about it, and it definitely applies to YouTube.
Yeah, they get triggered and they start barking real loud and trying to again, it's like those ducks. It's like a mama duck will puff up its feathers to look bigger, right? Yeah. You've seen this.
I have a friend. I had a friend that was an 8, and we tried to start a community of just 8s for that reason, and we were going to call ourselves the 8 Balls. And I had the little logo and flyer and everything made up. It was an 8 ball on fire with flames coming out of it, and we tried to find other 8s, and we got maybe 1 or 2 people, and that's it.
Well, the thing is there's a lot of people that want to be 8s. And that are fake 8s, and you've got to learn to and they will not, again, their behavior will appear 8ish at a very sort of
to me,
like
the 8s are the ones that can
level.
get in the ring, or if they find themselves in the ring, they can stay in the ring and finish it out.
Yeah, they like it in the ring. It's comfortable.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me to be in the ring at all. In fact, I prefer if people have a problem with me, I prefer we jump in the ring.
Yeah. Well, like in martial arts, even before I studied a lot of these typology models in analytical psychology, I had sort of I realized I had built sort of a like loose model for typing people to teach them to fight, right? Like I basically had sort of a loose way of categorizing people based on when I encountered them, and it was, I had to teach them. And the basic separation was what I call hot switches and cold switches. Hot switch people, you punch if they're reluctant, right? So like I've taught teenage boys as a 12, when I was like a 12-year-old girl, and they're like, "I'm not going to hit a girl," or at any age, right? And I go, "Look, I'm not a girl, I'm a black belt. You need to understand the distinction. And if you don't hit me, I will hit you in the face, and I'm going to pop you in the nose until you hit me." And there's some people, and that works really, some of them, the threat is all it needs. Some of them, you do literally pop them in the nose a couple of times. But it triggers them, and it sets them off, hot switch, and away you go. And then there's cold switch people that are really hard to set off. And it took me a long time to figure out what sets them off. And honestly, what sets them off is openings and people like doing stupid things. People, but one of the things too is that, and I noticed this about myself, and there's a lot of 8s in martial arts, black belts, and like when I would walk into a ring for a sparring match at a tournament, I relaxed to the point I eventually learned that I needed to physically like work myself up before I went in the ring. Otherwise, I would be slow in the ring because I was so chill in the ring. Like, it was a problem that I had to figure out how to solve, because it's like, because as
You
soon as
got too relaxed.
because I was
Like,
so relaxed, because I'm just,
oh,
that was my comfort zone, right? It was in the ring. You know, but yeah, that's a distinct difference. Like, people that fake aid, like, they're actually tense in response to conflict, and then they mimic
oh yeah,
behaviors.
I see. What,
Eights
yeah,
relax into conflict. Like, I think that's a pretty solid.
oh yeah, conflict doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah. Now I will put a caveat. My study of eights is almost exclusively would be considered like T type eights, like thinking type eights. And I have observed some people who claim to be like feeling type eights that I don't, and they have a different, if they are eights, there are some behaviors that do differ. And so I do sort of add that qualifier in. But thinking type eights, I feel like I have a pretty solid grasp on. ESTPs, ENTPs, definitely.
It
But
seems
yeah,
like there might be potential for doing some kind of little taxonomy of the panel, like some little guide to the Panelverse on how to handle all the
that would
different
be a
types of
way
people.
to like react to other channels without it just being like, well, they said something mean about me.
Yeah, we could educate.
You could go and you could analyze the other panels. That would be,
Yeah, drama analysis.
yeah. But the triggering thing, it's funny that you jive with that, because I when I first learned the Enneagram and I started learning about type eights, and I realized that I probably typed as one. There were all these incidents in my life since I was a little kid, because I'd never thought of myself as an angry person. I always thought an angry person was someone with a really hot temper, and eights don't always have a hot temper. A lot of times they have a slow fuse,
Yeah.
and it's the fake eights that have the really like reactionary temper. But there was these weird instances where people's behavior just did not match what they were supposed to do, right? Where I was just like, I don't understand why that happened. You know, like, I remember one
They
time
didn't match your models that you had for them in your head.
right. It's like, it was just so, it stood out as like, this is not how people normally behave, right? And one, you know, an example was I did something, and you know, the authority figure, like the big master black belt or whatever, comes over and like chews out the person next to me, like reams them for the thing that I was just doing, and everybody knows I was just doing it, and somehow I don't get reamed. And little things.
Was he aware you did it, and he was just
Yeah,
displacing it
yeah.
onto the other person because they were easier to?
It's just like I somehow got stepped around. The way I describe it is sort of, if I had to summarize the nature of a lot of these quandaries that I had, these situations that didn't play out as I expected, or would be, one would expect, is that people just took a step around me for no good reason sometimes, right? Like, just like I wasn't confronted. Like, I've been threatened. Like, there were instances where it's
I've
like I
got
was
that
told,
too.
they're like, as soon as this is over, you did this thing, and I am gonna talk to you about it, and it never happens. Like, there was an etiquette faux pas that happened in my martial arts thing, right? And there's all these etiquette rules and stuff.
What?
And I did and so for like 4 years at all the black belt tests, and that's when a lot of the high rankers, right? Like, so everybody's on their best behavior trying to follow all the code when you have a black belt test, right? Because all the people from different states and all over the country show up, and everybody's trying to do things just the right way. And apparently someone at some test, so there's always the test board, the people doing the judging, and then there's someone who runs the floor, who gives the commands and kind of runs the floor, right? Like, they're the go-between between the people who are being tested and the people who are doing the judging, and then there's the person who's again running the floor. It describes itself. And anyway, as someone running the floor, you end up you go and you confer with the testing board, right? And then you go communicate things to the candidates and back and forth. And anyway, so suddenly at all these testings, there was this knowledge that appeared that some doofus had dared to make the mistake. They had walked up to the testing board, who's always seated behind a table, and like put their hands on the table and leaned over it towards the test board, which is apparently a big etiquette faux pas. And this went on for like 4 years, where that was the sort of in the zeitgeist like etiquette faux pas because somebody did it, and so everybody was on guard for it, right? Like there was like zero tolerance there for a while, and it's like, and about 4 years later, I determined that in fact the initiator of this was probably me. And
nobody ever said anything to you.
And I never got.
I wouldn't either. You're the most destructive woman in the world, person in the world. Was it woman or person?
Well, at Worlds, it's only against women.
So you're the most destructive female in the world. I would probably just let you put your elbows on the table too. Joe, welcome. And do you know your Enneagram type? What's up? Happy Valentine's.
My what? I guess that means no.
Enneagram.
No,
the personality model.
I guess I don't.
Oh, here, I'll tell you what you are. Hang on. Let me pull them up. You're probably a 5, if I had to guess.
I was gonna say with you, Jeff, the fact that people go on their own channels and bitch about you and very rarely actually come over here and bitch to your face. It appears
they try to, but they don't get anywhere really.
Yeah. But people just having like conniptions behind your back, it seems to be, which is ironic because 8s hate that the most. They're like, passive aggressiveness is the most.
It's aggression. It reads as aggression to me. If someone's passive aggressive, that I think they are ready to fight.
Yeah, it's both. It's like I have no respect for them, and it's irritating, right? Like,
Joe, come back up. Where are you going?
Oh, yeah, don't go away. I will stop talking eventually. I just had thoughts.
We're having thoughts. Come have them with us.
But yeah, but the thing is 8s hate that the most, and yet people behave like instinctively end up behaving passive aggressively around 8s, right? Like they do the little walk around, or they just
because if they're overtly aggressive, or they think
angle, yeah,
it's going to escalate, and they don't have the conflict skills chops that we have. So they try the passive route, but that still reads as aggression. So they might as well just do the open
it reads as aggression and it reads as weakness.
Yeah.
So right. It reads as you're trying to be aggressive and you suck. Right? Like, I have no respect for you. Somebody who comes up straight up, like that's the easiest way to get something resolved with an 8 in a calm manner. Like if you straight up just square up with an 8 and tell them what your problem is, they're likely to be pretty chill and level-headed about it, because they'll respect that you did that. And if you try to go around them, then it's like, okay, yeah. Well, I've been wondering about your assertion that you were a type 8, but some of the things that I'm throwing out here, and you're like, oh yeah.
I don't know how people
you're starting to convince me.
Oh, he got a call because
that's tricky.
I'm an 8 for 2 reasons. I challenge other people. If something doesn't make sense, if things are not adding up, I will sit there and I will challenge. And when people challenge me, I do not back down. I am in it until one of us falls off of that bull.
I think 8s are. I've said before, is like, in workplaces and stuff, because it's essentially got me, in inexcusable conflict in workplaces. Like, I can drizzle myself an eccentric nerd, but I cannot go backwards. That's the best I can do. Best I can do.
I'm worried about
It is not take a step forwards. The best I can do is stand still. That's as little.
I can't even do that.
As I can get. I can
do that because
standing still, but to many people that is considered. They read that as aggression, which I find fascinating.
I can't even stand still. Like, I can't even pause. If I'm challenging somebody, it's for a reason, and I have to.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about it's like, okay, if there's garbage going on in a workplace, and it's like they want you to be like, I cannot respond if I don't really care, right? If it's just like, if it's BS. I can
if I
just,
don't care, I could detach.
right, but I can't back up to it. I can't concede anything to it, right? I don't have to respond to it. I don't have to react to it, but I cannot back up from it. The best I can do in those situations is stand still. And a lot of people seem to read that as aggression, and it's fascinating to me because it's like, it's such like a miscalibration, right? It's like standing still is not aggression. But
I can't even stay. If there's dysfunction, I can't even stand still and pretend to like just let it go on and pretend to not see it. I can't even do that.
yeah,
I'm gonna keep hitting at it until something happens to it.
but like I said, this is just more. The only times I can think where this happened was like in a workplace where like somebody needed to go off on, was going off about something, and it's just like, I don't care. It doesn't matter. I let them sell their piece, and functionally, like, because I was more concerned with the system and my things. It's like all I had to do was let them talk, and then they would go away, right?
Yeah, that's
But
that's
but
hard
what
for
they
me. That's
wanted,
gotten me in many situations.
they wanted me to do the obsequious, right? Which is not in my
Well, authority doesn't want to be challenged in the first place, but they especially don't want to. They don't want other people to see themselves publicly being challenged, and
right. But like I said,
and how they handle it, because it makes them look bad. It undermines their authority.
That's what's fascinating, is because this particular instance, I never challenged this person because it didn't affect. They were in an authority position, but I basically could ignore them, right, most of the time, and they occasionally asked for something, and I would provide it, right? Like, but from from my perspective, it didn't change it didn't have anything to do with how well my lab was running, and so I could just, like, whatever, right? But and so I never actually like instigated I never walked back at them, right? Like I would have eventually if it would have carried on long enough, but it was an interesting experiment because it's like all I ever did was not back up from them, right? I never conceded, but I never responded aggressively.
But this was
and still, it drove them nuts, like literally to the point of irrationality.
Oh.
And they like screamed at my superiors. Like we had a meeting about something, and it's like, we discussed this, call me in a meeting. The next week I'm getting, they're lying about me, and I have the email receipt. I have all this. I'm like, I can prove it. I'm like, you asked for this. I said this, and this is the conversation we had, but here's the emails. And anyway, so we had a meeting with my superiors, the head of the sub IT department and the CIO. And this person ends up like going off on the CIO and my boss. It's just like, again, just irrational, just like bad, like why? Right? Like it's not a good power play. I was about to use the word power play. And destructive to their own power, right? Like that's the thing.
But that's those office politics that if you don't play them right, then you fall. It's like Survivor, and you fall on the wrong side of it, and then it's because it's not it. Not that it's not rational, but it's an emotional or social power dynamic rationality. It's not what makes sense intellectually. It's how people are aligned in the different power.
But like that, she did it to the wrong people.
Their position and all that.
I was actually the most powerful because I had more people that were my superiors and were her equals or better. They defended me without me having to ask. That's a power position.
Yeah, they don't always do that with me usually because they are trying to stay in the graces of somebody that's not me, that has more power than me. So even if they're on my side and they know I'm right, they're not going to go to bat for me because that's going to put them in jeopardy with the people they're trying to stay aligned.
Well, my like the like other people that I worked around were like that. Like they didn't disagree with that that she was a bitchy, control freak, but they didn't do anything about it.
Yeah, I know that I can spot. Yeah. I know what to expect from any given situation. Like I know usually I'm in it by myself. People that are pretending to be your allies or have your back, I know not to 100% rely on that. So I always go in planning to having to shoulder it all myself and take the consequences for it.
Yeah, no, I don't expect help, but like I said, when you hold your own, then Sometimes other people end up fighting your battle
But
for you.
I don't like, usually if I'm challenging, it's because I have right on my side. I either have logic and reason on my side, or I have principle on my side. So
Right.
there's some abstract something backing me up, that even if I lose that one battle, long term people, I'm still the person that everybody can see is standing on the superior value.
Yeah.
And so if that's not enough, then that's all I got. Like that is
Yeah.
my that is my backup, is
That's as far
principle
back as you go.
or logic. And people that don't care about that, I am probably going to lose to. But people that care about that kind of stuff, I usually do okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like my situation, what happened is I got the CIO and the head of my individual IT section basically gave me a better job where I never had to interact with those people again. Like the result of the
Oh
bitchy
yeah, I've had that
tantrum
happen.
throwing was that they lost the magic wizard that was making all kinds of magic happen in their department, and I went across campus and they never got to see me again.
Thank you, not laws. Woke, wokety, woke. There. Thank you. How much is that in American after YouTube takes their cut? And I want to see Beak's little sticker.
Yeah. But the
I can never
inability
see him in StreamYard.
for people to not react to the eightness or whatever, no matter, like, even when you're not trying, or you're just sort of like existing, is what's fascinating.
Oh wow, Beak, that is the coolest super sticker. I didn't know they had. It's one of these. I didn't know they had a super sticker version of that. Wow. Well, that makes it even more special. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the whatever that is, not lost. The sentiment, the thought behind it. It could be a troll. Wow,
But
I'm excited. I want to start sending them to myself. That was cool. Thank you. Do you think you can monologue for a minute or so? I got to go pee really badly.
sure.
All right.
All right.
Ren's gonna continue on this topic of typology and conflict and Enneagram 8s, and then maybe we'll get Joe back up after his phone call, and I'll be right back.
Yeah. So there's Enneagram 8s. There's, to backpedal a little bit. I'm trying to, we were talking about extroverts versus introverts. In online environments such as this, particularly video chats, but audio group chats are similar, but maybe not quite as drastic a cutoff. The introverts tend to show up in the chat and stay there for a while. I have not observed a whole lot of genuine introverts who like show up to one of these channels or types of places where as soon as they find it, or within a few minutes of them finding it, they pop up on cam. So there's not exactly a type 8 thing, but relevant to our current location or meta location. So I'm talking to you, all you introverts in the chat. But introverts in the chat are wonderful because you guys are, often fonts of information and facts and data, and sometimes just go look things up and correct us, and us extroverts that are yakking on and on and on. I mean, it's always interesting because there's always like a separate conversation going on in the chat. It's just a totally different place. It's adjacent and connected, but it's a different place. Any of you in the chat agree or disagree? See, now I'm calling you out. I'm addressing the introverts in the chat who never come on cam until, other evidence is presented. You definitely assumed to be introverts down there. Because introvert does not mean quiet. It's something else. I wish I could do like some sort of reasonably objective experiment to see if introverts like don't, if there's a certain sort of thinking that they don't like to do by speaking. Because I know extroverts, cognitive extroverts, there's a certain type of thinking that it's very difficult to do inside our own heads. So we have to like speak it or and convert it. And introverts, I think there may be sort of an opposite effect, right? It's not like, okay, what extroverts can't do in their head, introverts can. There's something I think there's something about the text medium and the chat that, because I was telling the introverts that, you know, in my experience that in these sorts of environments with like the video chat and the text chat that sort of is attached to it, that introverts almost to the letter, like they will show up, they'll find a community like this or a, you know, thing like this, and they stay in the chat, some of them forever. And if they do ever come up on stage, cam up, it's after they've like watched the situation from the chat for a long time. Whereas extroverts, it's not like they're always going to do this. There are extroverts who will hang out in the chat for a while before they come up. But the only people that show up, find a place, and within like a couple of minutes are bopping up on camera tend to be extroverts.
Oh yeah, there's people that come in and hop on and don't even know what we're talking about. They're like, "Hey, what are you guys talking about? I saw you doing a panel." They've watched not 1 second of it. They just hop on the minute they see a panel open.
And I'll be honest, that's my instinct. That's my default way of doing this. Is I'm just like, I'm here. I'm just going to show up, right? I'm just going to bop on. Like I find it very awkward to kind of like lurk and then whatever, right? If I'm hanging out and not on cam, it's because I'm listening because I can't be on cam, or that's kind of the interaction I need to. I'm in the mood for. Is I just want to listen to people talk, right? If I actually want to converse, I just want to get on cam right away or at least get up on stage, right? Get up on audio and be like, all right, join the conversation. And like the very first one of these, the one I've told you about, TWFP years ago, I discovered the YouTube channel, saw the link, and I mean, within a few minutes, I click the link, I show up in like the go to meeting thing, there's a chat or there's people on video, I just show up on video, I'm just like, hi. Right in the middle of some conversation. That was another indication that I was probably, again, looking back now that I've collected the data, I'm like, that was a strong indicator of my type. If I see somebody else do that now, I'm like, oh yeah, I've got you got a big weight over here on this side of the equation. But it's a dynamic that does seem to occur. But the people the introverts in the chat are good because they correct you and they like do the research and look things up, and you know, like I've seen some great conversations where it's like really complimentary, right? Where the extroverts are up here yakking and then the introverts are like sort of like feeding, they're like fact checking and or you know, they're contributing to the conversation and sort of like adding good data to it, even though they're not actually up on stage.
Do you think it like the chat is mostly introverts? That's where the introverts hang out.
I believe that people who are who just live in the chat, right? Like that's where they live.
Outliers does not seem like an introvert. His fingers are always going.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean they're. I was saying during my monologue that, you know, introverts are not necessarily the ones that don't have anything to say or quiet, but they're more. But I think a lot of them are more comfortable in the chat talking, right? Like they're more comfortable saying lots of things in the chat. You know, there's a little distance.
Maybe so. There's been panels I'm part of where if they have a good stream going, I will sit there and talk in the chat all night long. I won't even go up on the panel because the chat is so lively and has so much energy to it. I'd rather just stay and type in the chat because that's what's most active. And
well, that's where the conversation you're interested in, because oftentimes there's kind of a different. It's almost a different place, right? Like they're connected, but you're not really in the same room if you're in the chat versus on stage, right? It's like they're in adjoining rooms with a big window with a big open, like it's like kitchens, right? Where it's like they've got like the bar and then kind of the window over it, where it's like you're sitting at the bar and you're not really in the kitchen, but you're talking to the people through the sort of open window thing. It's not, there's no glass. It's just, just a big hole in the wall, right? And
yeah, we had.
It's kind of like that. I feel like it's like we're all within earshot, but we're not exactly in the same place, and we're not necessarily going to be having the same conversation.
You talking about the chat or the panel?
Yeah, well, the contrast between the chat and the panel, right? It's like it's the same house, and we're in adjoining rooms, and there's an open window kind of between us, but it's not. Right, there is a separation. They are sort of separate spaces, even though there is an overlap to a certain extent. But I mean, I don't know. I notice when I'm in chats, I tend to talk to the panel, or I tend to just.
Oh, did she not? Oh, there she go.
Rather than I don't end up having like really in-depth conversations a lot of times or balanced conversations in the chat. So I'll if I'm watching a panel and I really have something, I'm just like I need to say this. I have this then I'll put it in the chat.
Because I'm from the AOL days where we didn't have the video option, and so all of the conversation happened through text. But then I also find it easier if it's something in depth for me to just talk about it verbally than try to type it all out.
Yeah. Well, that's just it. I'm not incapable of communicating in the text only, but I much prefer this. Right? There's the preference thing. It's like if I'm stuck in the chat, it's not like I might engage with the chat. I might type something in the chat, but my preference is generally to be in the conversation up here.
And there's a lot of panels that I just won't go on or don't enjoy going on, but I'll sit in the comment. I'll participate in the comments because the experience is less just unpleasant for me than being on the panel.
Yeah, well, it's the relation to the panel. It's like if it's not a conversation you want to be in on, it's just a conversation you want to throw like spitballs at.
Some people run their panels very fussy, and so I don't enjoy being on the panel. But they're a little more loose with the chat, so I can sit there in the chat and participate and not have to worry about getting micromanaged.
Yeah, I don't like these. I always call them the FE police, using MBTI terminology, since I started hanging out in
that's everything these days. They didn't have that growing up.
Yeah, but there would be this person, because like that group I was telling you about that's mostly ENTPs. So we didn't like no filters required, right? Like don't like. The only person that ever got banned in the old days was this guy who would make some of the non-ENTPs just like genuinely cry because he was so sharp with some of his like troll comments, right? Like he would just like hone in on an attack, and most of his he didn't bother, right? But he actually like some of the like the nice feely introverts that hung out with us, he just couldn't hold it back, and so he actually got banned. But he was the only person. But then every now and then you get somebody come around who would start policing us, and being like, well, you need to let that person talk, and you need to this.
Yeah, I hate that. Like, these are adults. They can say that for themselves. They don't need a third party to come and babysit the conversation for them. I've never been around grown-ups that need other people conducting the conversation so that they can speak.
Well, it was like they were trying to negotiate a conflict that wasn't occurring, right?
Yeah, that's weird. I've never encountered that type until I moved up here. Louisiana does not have them. Vegas did not have them. Washington State is full of them. I think I'm the only person up here that's not like that.
Yeah, and it's particular because, there are occasions where two people get in a conversation and it becomes a conflict, and they get to sort of right, where they're not making any progress, and they're just, somebody needs to come in and point out to them going, you are misinterpreting this from this guy, and right, it needs an arbitrator, or it
maybe, but even that
stalls. It doesn't have to, right? It's not like you have to, But there are places where it's like it actually like nobody would mind if somebody like helped give a third perspective, right? But it's not necessary. And but the people that start doing it when there isn't a conflict, when it's just when everybody else is comfy, or most of the predominant sort of like, defining part of the social group, right? So like the ENTP social group, it's like, okay, the reason we liked it there is that there wasn't that. And I tried to explain that to people. There's the NTPs, there was the other NTs who hung out, right? So, and then there was like the 25% that were other types that just for whatever reason enjoyed our company, right? That liked to hang out with us. But every now and then you'd get one and they would try to like turn it into a standard social group, right? Like they would try to reel it in to normal. And it's like, no. That's the whole point. That's why we're here. That's why we like it, right? That's why I like hanging out I like your channel, right? Your standards are not, you don't enforce like textbook, pick a random social situation, right?
I like conversations that I like grown-ups to talk among themselves, and I like conversations that just happen without interference.
Yeah, it's like you're looking for a slightly abnormal social situation here.
It's it's not abnormal to me. It's been my norm my whole life until
but from a statistical measure.
I didn't realize I was that much in the minority.
Yeah, it's like it's not, if you go randomly, walk up to a table in a random restaurant and try to join the social group, this is not, you're not going to find it. Right? But that was what we're trying to explain. I'm like, if you don't like this abnormal or sort of, odd, non-standard social group, go find another one. Stop trying to turn this one into another cookie cutter of every other social situation that you can find in any bar you choose.
I can't imagine going on somebody else's panel and telling them how to run their conversations.
Well, they usually were around for a while, and they kind of thought they were like, oh, we're part of the group, and eventually that's what tore the group apart. I'll be straight with you. Is there were some people that kind of took over, and there were old OGs like me, and we got accused of things that we didn't do and got run out on a rail, and there was suddenly a list of rules for the group, and it just...
What?
Oh, yeah. I mean, and the thing is I got run out, and then somebody who's on the total opposite end of like the personality spectrum, but was an OG, again, very opposite, very not an ENTP, but somebody that liked to hang out with us and was, definitely was an OG part of the group, got run out at the same time, right? Right. They just kind of ran out the old crew, anybody they didn't like. And
what does running out mean? How did you get run out?
They'd start booting us from the room.
Like kicked out, and you couldn't chop them because you were.
One of them got admin privileges, so I technically had.
So you got mod.
I tend to get mod / admin, whatever. I tend to get high privileges. People give them to me because I don't abuse them. I very rarely use them. I'm a safe person to sort of like hold in reserve and have because it's good to have somebody else that has some access if it's really needed, and I almost never use it, but so I tend to end up having that sort of stuff. And I'd had, high membership privileges for years and in the chat room and stuff. And suddenly those were revoked for no reason. Like I said, it just, drunk on power and it was a couple of them and it collapsed. I mean, I still mourn it because it went on for years, this group. And what happened is then they ended up splitting off into there was a splinter group, and I was not thoroughly banned from the splinter group that these usurpers because they kind of realized they kind of went overboard and it kind of killed the original location. So there was a new location. There were people who weren't as unable to take a step back as me, right? Because I'm the type 8ness, right? I knew I was going to be a target. Situations like that, I'm going to be a target. They have to get rid of me, right? And so I got run out, but some of the less type 8 people who are still my friends and I had private lines of communication with got links to the new place. And so after things calmed down a little bit, I still showed up there and, and then some people, just I haven't seen again because
you still wanted to be
Well,
the
some
group
of
that
the people that I did like still showed up sometimes. The
Oh.
usurpers, when they were in that room, this new 24-hour room, I often didn't go. But sometimes some of the other people that were my friends that just that weren't type 8 enough to just get run out on a rail to be, officially on the naughty list, they would be there, so I'd go and talk to them, or they'd send me the link, and I, and also because I didn't ever do anything wrong, it was hard to like hardcore ban me. I was just sort of like aggressively excluded, but because I didn't actually do anything, because there were some of my friends literally did stupid shit that gave people a reason to say you're not allowed on cam anymore, right? I never did any of that, so it was hard to hardcore ban me. So I had like a lot of the hardcore bans are still my friends, and then there's like the but like I said, I was always kind of like people still sent me the links to the new group and stuff because it was a minority that didn't want me around. They were just happened to be in power at the time. But I don't remember why I started telling this story, but I did. It was relevant at the
we're
time.
talking about like with the FE police.
Oh yeah, and like that, it took what was this sort of like oasis of wonderful, oddball, intellectual, intuitive, goofy, no filter social space, and turned it into, well, and they, like I said, they destroyed it. And like I said, I'm still sad that it's gone. Luckily I stayed in, I had private way. The people that I enjoy, really became good friends with, I have other lines of communication with. So, but like that, a lot of them, I don't ever talk to them at the same time anymore. It's all, different. They're all in different groups, or I talk to them individually. And we don't have that space where people would just show up and we would meet new friends, right? The weirdly attracted, like, kind of people that fit into the social group. That was what was great, is at a certain point it had sort of this, new people would show up, and some of them would stay and some of them wouldn't. But it was kind of this, past this threshold of there was almost always somebody in the room, right? Like it literally was like a 24-hour room. There was usually people in it, and so people could show up, and the ones that liked the vibe stayed. And so it was a great way to like meet, find new people that fit into that group.
Well, that's not going to happen here. This is a dictatorship, and no one's going to
Yeah.
taking it over like that.
Like I said, these are fun, but one of the things that I think was really unique about it was the always on aspect, right? You could
that's
wake up in the middle of the
that's
night
what Discord
and-
is supposed to be. It's like, so when the streams are not
Okay.
happening, that the community can still continue.
I mean, take that statement to heart. Because a lot of times that was the other thing, is like a lot of people had the same like sleep issues. Because I would always wake. I'm not always social in the mornings. I would always wake. It'd be like 2 a.m. and I can't sleep, and so I'd go in the room, and somebody else would also not be able to sleep, or me and one of my buddies. It's like we'd be like, yeah, we're not going to sleep, so we'd stay up and talk and do homework, or we'd play a video game together or something.
That's what AOL was. There was always somebody on that thing.
Yeah, and that was, I really enjoyed that too. Yeah, you and your afternoon streams, it's like, it's hit or miss. It's like sometimes that works into my.
Oh, well, I'm going to start moving them 3 hours up for 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. So it'll bring in a different crowd. That's what I did tonight. I noticed the numbers were a little different.
Yeah.
But
Well, I think your afternoon thing is a nice reprieve. People that are looking for a nice afternoon chill, but it's generally a different crowd. Like that schedule, you like that, there's a reasonable likelihood you'll see more of me with that schedule.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's not such a bad thing.
That's when a lot of times, I'll be honest, a lot of times I log into YouTube and you're just ending, in like middle of the afternoon. You probably noticed I show up and I'm like,
Because you
hey,
get
and you're like,
different
we're
audiences at
about done,
different times
right?
of the day.
Yeah.
So I'll have a new audience to start building.
Yeah, no, you get both. Probably the earlier in the day is probably good for the, when you doing your kind of somewhat planned-ish shows, where you've got a topic and you're like a particular co-host. That's probably not a terrible time to do that. But for open panel stuff, probably later is
We're going to lose Dolbez, I just realized.
get a bit
Because
more
that'll be way
exciting.
too late for him. Well, Joe and I, Joe, if you're out there, so far I'm still free on weekends, so we can at least keep our Saturday thing going. But the Wednesday thing, they have me working Wednesdays, so we can talk about it. But I'm kind of planning to do our thing tomorrow at the usual time. So on weekends I'll be able to do an afternoon stream. Well, I might wind this one down. I don't know if we're gonna get Joe back, but we'll be there tomorrow. Joe and I will be there tomorrow at the usual time. There are the old usual time, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, and we'll do some kind of topic.
Well, this was fun. Like I said.
Yeah. Well, thanks for hanging out. I enjoyed the conversation about rock and personality. I like all the.
Like I said,
It's more like conflict and social dynamics through a typology lens.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those things that all comes into play, and it's like, I don't know. For me, it's like, I feel like I was convinced of it, but with the personality models, it really gave me a sort of, structure within which to explain it or sort of utilize the knowledge that some people just don't think the way I do.
And I definitely notice the patterns. I just don't correlate them with specific personality types.
Yeah, it's just like a shorthand. I've described it often as like, you learn one of the models and kind of the way its theories, its hypotheses, its warrants, and it gives you a language, to discuss it with other people, but it also gives you a shorthand internally that you can kind of start, kind of label the patterns within a existing model, so you don't have to be like, I've got all these patterns and I need to label them and figure out how they fit in a model, and then you're like, okay, you learn a decent model, you're like, okay, this kind of, I have all this data, I can kind of like pile into this, and it helps kind of sort it and structure it and store it in your internal library.
Yeah.
For quick access.
Very IT of you.
Well, the access thing, right? Because it's like when this comes in handy is in really quick dynamic social situations a lot. And so it's like if you have to sit down and reanalyze it, the moment's already passed when it would have been useful usually. But if you've got like a quick shorthand, a quick and dirty kind of, functional shorthand, you can, for me at least, I found I can apply it to situations that, quickly enough that it's useful and more often. Because I think that's when it is useful, right? Because it's I think you mentioned, or maybe the other day when we were talking about it, it is relatively low resolution. So it's quick and dirty, low resolution situations is when when you don't have time to go deeper or more in depth or more, but you can recognize patterns pretty fast, and you're like, oh, that pattern is talking to that pattern, and that explains why neither of them understand what the other one's saying. Oh.
Yeah. Well, there's plenty of opportunities for that here.
Yeah.
Keep
and to be
pointing
fair,
it out.
your assumption, the thing you were talking about thinking I was an introvert, I think earlier. I do lean towards like, I'm not an INTP, but I'm a more INTP-ish ENTP than some. Like I utilize some of the those thought processes in a bit more refined way than some ENTPs. I blame it on my dad being an ENTP. So growing up, I would have these big, great ideas, be like, "Woo, look at this," and my dad would shoot them down like that, right? Because he's smart and just shot him down, cold hard logic every time. And so I got so before I opened my big mouth, I learned that I had to work it out in my head and like go through the details and like fix a lot of the problems, right? Like I had to have it really solid and really high resolution solid before I went and proposed it to my dad, so it didn't immediately get shot down. So that's my developmental explanation for why I ended up developing that sort of sub process that not all ENTPs are as well developed on. And then the ESTP stuff, I blame that on growing up on a farm and being like, well, if I wasn't able to like interact physically and well and accurately with my surroundings, I would probably be dead. So, it was.
Oh yeah, I didn't. That's what I lacked growing up. I don't know how I'm not dead.
Yeah, it's like it wasn't my natural thing, and then martial arts helped, and then I was my mentor in martial arts was an ESTP type 8. So my third parent was an ESTP, so that helped too. But
you chop really well. The most destructive female on the planet, right here.
Yeah, ESTP it's funny in martial arts. They have a natural like knack for a lot of that stuff, like the martial arts. And what's like myself, like I lagged behind for a long time, and then I analyzed things internally, like the physics and the mechanisms, until I understood it to a degree that there's certain things about like power breaking. I'll be honest, I don't know anyone else who understands them to the degree that I do. I dissected it and analyzed it so deep that then I surpassed everybody else, because it's like at a certain point I had instead of having natural like physical grace and instincts, I internally analyzed it until I understood it so well that I could manifest it. I could train my body to be exactly how it needed to be and understand it intellectually rather than sort of intuitively. And a lot of people don't believe me. They're like, "Oh no, you seem to be quite just get this." And I'm like, "You don't understand the hours and like the reams of internal paper that went into this." But I can look at somebody that's breaking a lot of times, and I understand the dynamics of it so much. I can go, "You need to like move your foot 1 inch that way and twist it like 5 degrees and change your eyeball focus point to that, and I'll try it again." And it's always very gratifying when it's like, "Oh, suddenly it works." But it was hard earned. my extremely fine-tuned knowledge of body dynamics.
Yeah, that sounds very S.
Yeah, but most S people, they can do it, but they can't tell you why it worked.
Oh.
See, they have a physical intuition. They have an intuition about the sort of physical aspect in their body. Like I've pretty empirically tested this. When I'm competing at a high level, I paint my toenails black.
When I'm competing at a high level, I paint my toenails clear.
Well, that won't be as effective.
Did you win?
Because it doesn't create the contrast and make for an easy eyeball tracking marker.
Are you as destructive as this chick is? She's the most destructive woman in the world.
But if I do that, it actually increases my accuracy slightly, which indicates that I am tracking and controlling my body's movements, what could be a mostly internal process, or seems to be for some people, like understanding where in space their limbs are. I've established that I use my eyeballs externally to track, like a large degree of my external my precision with my own body is contingent on my sort of external vision of it.
What's up, Joe? You're on mute.
You're on mute. Hey, Joe.
Yeah. So I was talking with my friend Joe Monkey that cared for the Minecraft game.
Oh, y'all are on phone now?
On Discord. So it was a Discord call.
Oh, Discord call. Okay.
Yeah. And so he wanted to catch up and show me some things that had been changing while I've been a lot less active in the game. So yeah, that's what that was. How have you been?
Pretty good. Just hanging out, chatting about personality.
Oh, okay.
Personality types.
Okay, I've got a lot of personality.
Do you know your type?
I know my Myers-Briggs.
Wait, don't tell us. I want to say S, but I have a feeling it's N. T. P.
So close. INTJ.
Wasn't sure about the P or the J. Because you are very perceptive.
You've got a stiffness or edge or hard, like there's something to you that makes that make more sense than INTJ.
I keep telling it. You haven't seen. That's because he's not letting out his full.
Yeah, but
when you loosen him up a little bit, he gets more well-rounded.
Jeff has seen footage of me.
Well, the whole Panelverse, I've seen it on stream, so the whole Panelverse has. It's not like a little private thing that only I saw.
It's an impressionistic thing. It reads like a thing that you also see in extroverts almost. Like it's a flavor that it's a sharper flavor than INTPs just don't come off as they don't have sharp edges, or at least my response to them, my sort of read on them.
Well, we love you regardless. It's all part of the charm.
INTJs go great with ENTPs. It's a good combo.
Oh, by the way, are we doing our thing tomorrow?
Oh yeah.
Because I still have weekends off, but I'll be working on Wednesdays now, at least for the next few weeks. So we can keep the Saturday one going at least.
Well, that's good. Are you excited about the new job?
The what?
Are you excited about the new job?
We'll see.
We'll see. There we go.
We'll see what happens. I'll hang on to it as long as I can.
That's what I would say.
And Ren, they're curious if you're Gryffindor or Slytherin.
Oh, the Sorting Hat has had both opinions.
She's
I
complex. The hat can't even figure out.
Usually, I think of the various times I've any sort of miscellaneous online tests, including the official ones, have done me. I think there's a slight edge on the Gryffindor count, but it's pretty close to even.
And I don't even know them, or I would try to guess Joe's. Do you know which one you are?
Yeah, I know which one I am.
Gryffindor. Wait, what? Don't tell me what they are. There's Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hugglepuff,
Hufflepuff,
and
Hufflepuff.
Is it Ravenclaw?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my God! How did I know that shit? I don't know anything about Harry Potter. I just absorbed that from pop culture. Okay, but I don't know the qualities of each, so I'm just gonna say Gryffindor for you.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's fine.
You are? Is that what you are?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
All I know for sure is my Patronus is usually a bird of prey. It's usually a raptor, essentially.
Although it'd be interesting to see what would happen if I were to take the test now, because I remember when Pottermore first came out, I feel like behaviorally, I had a lot of different stuff going on.
Wait, I figured you'd be Ravenclaw. That's the one that says values intelligence.
Yeah, but you're a type 8, so, or Jeff anyway. I was trying to type.
Yeah, but you have to assume that that's like the primary thing to me. I might.
Oh well, the little thing I'm looking at does say it's the primary thing, but you mean the primary thing about you?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the primary thing about the Ravenclaw, sure, but is it really the primary thing about me?
Oh, I just assumed it was because you're an intellectual. I just assumed that about all intellectuals. That if you're an intellectual, then you value intelligence more than most. or more than other traits. But you're right; it is an assumption.
Like usually in the books, for example, the smartest, the person who was considered like the smartest in at least in their class, like that. So that's all houses together, right? Their class was Hermione, but she was a Gryffindor with Harry and Ron, and she was seen as like the know-it-all, like always got perfect scores, like. But her intelligence was not her primary defining feature.
Or her only defining feature. Yeah, it's like I think that comes into it too.
Yeah, well, it's like the Gryffindors are known for being, brave, or maybe a less positive connotation would be bold sometimes.
I was gonna
But
say bullheaded. Yeah.
yeah, so that's why like Harry's father was basically a high school bully. But yeah, Gryffindors are known for that. So Hermione's character is really, about like, even though she's smart and she's like very like neurotic about her studies and stuff, she was always willing to push the envelope and like do things that risked her school status to, confront evil in school. And none of the other students were really doing that, right? So,
or her sanity, or the whole I forget what it was called, the time twister thing. So
yeah.
she could go back in time so she could take more classes.
Yeah.
That was great.
So in her day-to-day life, yeah, you might think, oh, she's a Ravenclaw. And some people, I think they even talk about that in the books. It's like, why aren't you a Ravenclaw? But the reason is that unlike Ravenclaws, when she's put to the test, she comes through and, is willing to put herself on the line. And that's what fundamentally makes her a Gryffindor. Whereas the Hufflepuffs,
What's their quality? They sound the coolest. What's their quality? No.
They're actually the lamest.
Oh.
They basically, the nicest thing you could say is that they don't have a distinguishing feature.
So like just NPCs?
Yeah, like the rhyme that like describes the origin of the houses when they talk about the founder of each house, because the houses are named after their founders. How did it go? I can't quite remember it, but it's like Slytherin's like, I'll take the purest. Ravenclaw is like, I'll take the surest, meaning they know the most. Gryffindor's like, I'll take what is? Let me just read it. I can probably look it up. Why am I trying to remember it from like 15 years ago? Harry Potter houses poem. Yeah, so this is the song. Oh, it's the song composed by the Sorting Hat that he sang to the students one year. It says, "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hat sleek and tall, for I'm the Hogwarts Sorting Hat, and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head the Sorting Hat can't see, so try me on and I'll tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've already mined, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folks use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on, don't be afraid, and don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none, for I'm a thinking cap." That's not the one I had in mind, but it kind of summarizes
I think
it.
I'm Ravenclaw. That sounds like where all the nerds are.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Welcome, Helena.
What was his other song?
Do you know what you are?
Hufflepuff, they were known for being helpful. Slytherin, they were basically Scorpios. Of course, Ravenclaw was intellectual. And Gryffindor, they were known for, they were brave. They're brave and pure of heart, but they rush into things, maybe even if they don't have a plan. So, you know what? There's like really great essays, video essays on this. There's a channel called The Take. and they have really good essays on all of the houses. So
The cake?
you know, the take, yeah,
The take. Okay.
yeah, they're video essays. So they explain the houses beautifully. Oh, and I guess I don't know. I have to show my creds. I'm an INFP, by the way. By the by.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
I can see that. That's maybe where I would have put you.
Okay, I found it. So it says, for instance, Slytherin took only pureblood wizards of great cunning, just like him, and only those of sharpest mind were taught by Ravenclaw, while the bravest and the boldest went to daring Gryffindor. Good Hufflepuff, she took the rest and taught them all she knew. So
They're like the remainders.
yeah. So to them, it's not so much that they were distinguished as being, let's say, just and loyal, but like they kind of, I think, just have had to learn to be that way because they don't have anything else really binding them. So they're just kind of binding for the sake of it.
Well, they have the coolest sounding name.
So yeah, Hufflepuff is sometimes stereotyped as being the lame house.
Oh.
I think
Like,
they're
it
not
doesn't-
entirely lame, but like you said, they're just sort of like it's a mixed bag.
Yeah, it's like there aren't very like none of the particularly accomplished characters are Hufflepuffs for the most part. Like for good or evil. So yeah.
The like post the original stuff movies. I finally watched those like last month. They have a Hufflepuff as the protagonist. Makes you want it, but it's like it still doesn't make Hufflepuffs cool. Just makes that guy cool. That's the thing. It's like a cool Hufflepuff doesn't make Hufflepuffs cool. It's just like, well, that one was, that particular.
Yeah.
I think if you were a Hufflepuff, you could always you get judged on your own merits. Nobody expects anything. So that would be a good thing about being a Hufflepuff. It's like,
Yeah.
if you make it, no one's gonna say it was because you were. You made it because you were a Gryffindor. You made it because you were a Slytherin.
Yeah, Slytherins are all about like their family lineage. It's like, oh, you made it because you're of great stock or something like that. Yeah. Anyway, more personality types. Helena was here. I guess she disconnected. She has those issues sometimes.
We all have issues
Yeah.
sometimes. Yeah, she was here.
INFPs hang around ENTPs. Those are a good flavor.
What Enneagram do you think he is? I'm having a hard time placing him. I want to say maybe
Oh,
5.
what was funny, Jeff, was my ex-girlfriend predicted what my Myers-Briggs was without me even, like, after we'd been dating a few weeks. And she texted me. This is around the time she started to seem more bubbly, I guess you could say. And she texted me and said, "What is your Myers-Briggs personality types, and why is it INTJ?" And I was like, "How did you know that?" And she's like, "Because I'm an INTJ and I'm good at telling." So apparently she was too.
What was the tip off for her?
I don't know. And she seemed proud of or eager or giddy at the fact, the way she texted that. Because she would not normally like there. You can even just the phrasing of it. I don't even need to do a tone. Just the phrasing of it sounds kind of wry. Like he, right? But she was not normally like that. So it was interesting that she seemed to like that, and then she still had other misgivings about my personality. So I think that was the only time being an INTJ ever had a noticeable impact in my life, and it was very brief.
Yeah, I don't know about this Enneagram so far. We'll have to. I'll just have to absorb more data, and then maybe I'll.
Well, he's difficult because he you only see what he wants you to see.
Well,
It's not really
INTJs
true.
do have that kind of hard edge, so it's they don't come off even none like even they're not necessarily particularly often type 8s, but they have some elements that I typically don't that confuse the issue, because like I'm
He's
pretty good
definitely not
at
an 8.
picking out like type 8s, but so you don't scream type 8, but yet there are elements of the way you interact that are, it's like parts and pieces of that, which makes it confusing, right? So you're, yeah, INTJs are not the easiest to, but a lot of them are 5s, a lot of them are, but you don't feel like super 5-ish. So, you almost feel like you've got again, I'm just going off of like quick and dirty intuitions right now, which are interesting to try to bring into, figure out what I'm thinking. You seem kind of heart fix almost.
Heart fix.
So the heart triad, so that would be like 2, 3, 4.
I don't know what that means.
So there's 9 types, and so there's 3 sections. There's the heart triad, which is 2, 3 types 2, 3, and 4. There's the head types, which are 4,
He
5,
seems like the
no,
head
which are
type
5,
to me.
which are 5, 6, and 7, and then there's the gut types, which are 8, 9, and 1. You could be like a 7-ish INTJ, which would be interesting. You just seem a little, you INTJs by default are a little stiff. They lean in certain ways, and you don't seem like double stiff. Like you don't seem like you've got a really stiff temperament
Triple.
and a stiff cognitive type. So that's why it's like a heart type or like a 7-ish kind of thing.
What about 5 says the intense cerebral type, perceptive, innovative, secretive, and isolated. He's a 5. What is your worst fear in life?
My worst fear?
Yeah. Like a personal fear, not like spiders or anything.
I think my worst fear is that that I might do something evil or immoral to somebody else.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe not a 5. Problem solver is the 5 with 6 wing. What's your basic desire in life?
My basic desire?
Yeah.
I
Like
guess you
at
could
your
work.
emotional core.
I mean, I guess you can work with what I just said. It's to be a good man.
Oh, you could be a type 1. Just that
That's
extra.
the woke. Let's see.
Not always.
Yeah.
You could be like a 9.
Yeah, because the basic fear of the type 1s is of being corrupt or evil or defective, and their basic desire is to be good, to have integrity, to be balanced.
And also 1s are gut types, which means you actually have a problem with like anger and stuff. So 1s are usually concerned about it at a personal level because they're worried about controlling themselves.
Because the ones are
they're doing it for themselves. Their desire to not be corrupt is not if it's not just like if it's not for imparted by like the social group, if it's a very sort of like relation with
hey, shift.
then that makes sense.
Well, anyway, there's the one. You can see what you think. Hey, I love George Harrison.
You've probably got, I don't know, you might have a 9 wing at least if you're a 1.
Shift, do you know your Harry Potter house? Oh, you have to go. All right. Thanks for stopping by. I always enjoy your presence.
If this question doesn't bother you, Joe, are you currently, like completely sober?
Yes.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
So I just that's an important reference for based upon the data I have on INTJs because a lot of them there's certain markers that tend to blur, that tend to get confused. Because
yeah, the more I'm looking at the 1, that could be a candidate. Rational, idealistic, principled, purposeful, self-controlled, and perfectionistic. You're very about keeping yourself in certain lines, staying inside the lines, but also trying to change the world and make it a better place.
But it can also be a 9 though, because 9s are also controlling themselves.
Yeah, I was looking at if he wasn't a 5, I was looking at a 9 too.
It's
Well,
interesting to hear like debate about or deliberation about whether I'm a 1 or a 5 or a 9, and they're not meaning what they would normally mean if someone were saying that about a person.
Oh, right.
Yeah, totally different.
Well, the
'cause-
basic desire is to have inner stability and peace of mind, which sounds like the accord of Stoicism.
Yeah, because okay, so irritating ones, often 1s and 8s conflict because 1s often take out their desire to be perfect and not do bad, and they turn their anger outwards on other people, right?
He could be a 1-9 wing. I mean, a 1-9
Yeah.
wing.
And
It says
and
no type is
9s
more devoted to the quest for internal and external peace for themselves and others. Spiritual seekers. A great yearning for connection with the cosmos, as well as with other people. That's where it loses me.
but all of those are anger types. So
You
So,
said
like,
anger
8s
types.
yeah, so the gut types, their primary fixation or sort of the emotion that their temperament sort of is a response to, because the thing about Enneagram is the basic model is about negative aspects of your personality. It's not positive. It's about things you have problems with. It's about fixations, right? So it's in a certain sense it's about your insecurities, right? So 8s, 9s and 1s are gut types, and their sort of emotion of issue is anger. Head types, it's fear, but it also tends to be like the one they're most familiar with, right? Like it's the one that you have issues with is the one that you default to, right? Like that you, and then heart types, it's shame. So one, sort of impressionistic, impression of like to differentiate the gut types. 8s are not ashamed of their anger at all, and they tend to sort of be very open about it, and they just sort of let it out. Like they don't hold it in.
Oh,
They
that's
don't-
Gen X.
Yeah, me and her are both 8s.
They don't necessarily target people, right? Like, so 8 anger is outward facing, right? Like they let it out, but it doesn't necessarily target anybody, right? It's just, but
Yeah,
they
it's
don't
just
hold it back.
showing it to the
Like
world.
Jeff on panel, and he's like, that's right, guys. Trump's gonna get rid of all the DEI. We've had it, and he's not yelling at anyone, but
Yeah,
Is
they're
8
happy with their
what are 8s? They're like what are no, they're heart type. Which
Eights
of
are
the
gut
triads? They're what,
Eights are
head
gut
types?
No,
What
8s are
types?
gut type.
Gut types, okay.
Gut types. And then you 8s with a 7 wing, see you're dipping over into head type territory. So, you adds a little intellectualism to it, but or a little. Sometimes it adds a little control. Sometimes it just adds deviousness. But the 9s have anger, but they do not want to express it, and to the extreme, they don't even want to recognize it within themselves, right? So 9s are trying to just sort of balance on here and not let it out, but also not turn it on themselves particularly, right? They're just kind of trying to keep everything chill, man. Like that's the stereotype of the 9, right? It's almost like just like everybody stay cool.
What are 1s doing with the anger?
1s seem to be sort of, they think their anger is wrong, and so and then behaviorally what tends to manifest, and most of these sort of stereotypical type behaviors is based on a mid to unhealthy type, right? Someone who's less aware and sort of more controlled by these fixations and these sort of issues. So it is the more stereotypical behavior. It's hypothetically what the model is like, and once you learn it, you're like, okay, you can get out of these ruts. But 1s tend to turn their anger both on themselves, right? Because they're like, oh, I'm wrong, I'm bad. And so, but then it tends to flip over, and then it ends up hitting other people, right? Like a lot of the people that just will, chew you out about something, some sort of point that really not sure, like disproportionately are oftentimes 1s, right? Because they're actually angry at themselves, but they'll end up letting it out on somebody else. So they don't have that balance of like the 9. And then, like I said, 8s are just like, yeah, their issues are different, but they're happy with the anger or okay with it. 8s actually deal with they have the issue of emptiness because, you know, sometimes, which is not always the expected issue with 8s from the outside, or dullness. That's why the 8s, what is it? They call it like the 8s lust or sin or whatever. Like their danger is lust in a very general abstract sense, right? Like they tend to escalate things. They like escalation and extremes and like overdoing things to get like more oomph out of the experience. That got off track, but anyway.
The 8s do.
Yeah, and but they all kind of have a different relationship with anger, you know. So me and a guy were talking one time and just sort of coming up with analogies and, you know, little narratives to illustrate our impressions of the differences in the types. And this is one of my favorites about the gut types, is that all of the gut types are angry. Their anger is their fundamental, you know, the emotion.
I just don't think it's healthy to keep anger in.
You don't have to keep it. It's just that's the thing that you get and tends to, you know. It's not like you're always angry exactly, but
right.
But one of the ways we like is like, okay, all your gut types, you know, popped out and we're angry at God for different reasons. Right. This isn't necessarily true, but it's a good little narrative story to kind of illustrate the differences. So 8s were angry that they're not God. And so they kind of tend towards trying to be more and more powerful, right? Like their sort of unconscious direction of movement is to become more and more powerful and be so that they can resolve that issue, right? Like they're mad that they're not all powerful when they got thrown out here in this shared space. Ones believe that, you know, they almost have like this idea that they're being punished, right? So it's like, okay, everything would be fine if I was as good as God, right? Like their issue isn't that they're not as powerful, it's that they're not as good, right? So they have this fixation with being correct and perfect and whatever, to try to resolve the anger, right? So like this that's the idea. Is it's like, okay, they have this anger at an unresolvable anger, and what do they try to do? You know, what is their sort of unconscious belief about how they should resolve this? 8s try to be more powerful. 1s try to be better, right? Like they try to be more good, less wrong, less bad, and then 9s are the ones that kind of deal with it in a slightly, you know, or kind of they're just like it just is a bit more. They don't. Well, honestly, 9s the 9s deny it. The 9s are tend toward their kind of default state is they start out in sort of denial. They do not acknowledge that they're angry. 9s are prone to sometimes explode though, because.
Do you explode? Do you ever explode, Joe?
Do I ever explode? I mean, I exploded more like when I was young, but that tended to create problems for me. So, you know, I developed habits so that doesn't happen anymore.
Did you realize you were angry? Did you?
Yeah, I realized it.
Okay, so like that's part of the like sort of like getting on the graph like healthier for a 9. If a 9 admits that they're angry, then the anger isn't as big of a deal. But the issue, right, again, like because Enneagram, the basic model is the unhealthy, right? Is the problematic situation. Yeah, 9s are in denial, right? So if 9s accept that they are an angry person and they have anger, then they tend to not have the problems.
Yes, like the primary like motivation for me moving out of my parents' house was me like I'm angry all the time, to the point that like even if I'm in a good mood, I still don't feel that great. And it's like I'm have actual like, you know, like I'm actually carrying something heavy all the time. And you know, so I basically realized I don't exactly have a plan. I don't necessarily know how well it will go, but like I just need to move out of my parents' house, move into a more developed part of the state and just start looking for things and just hope it'll work out and trust that like it will probably be better than me just sitting there being a miser for an indefinite amount of time. And sure enough, doing that was a big important step in becoming a less angry person. And I don't have explosive outbursts really at all now, but it was pretty common in that household.
And the outbursts in general, would you describe them as somebody's just like, you just kind of popped, like the pressure built up? And
I guess, yeah. It was a lot of yelling in that family. So that was kind of just because the communication was bad. So eventually it just degenerates to yelling. But in general, I don't have nearly as angry reactions to things. Like I tended to be angrier, like if I was playing a video game like Call of Duty and something stupid happened, I'd be like, "That's bullshit! That's such fucking bullshit!" And I would just be screaming it,
Yeah.
And I'd like
The way you talk about
it, and I'd like yank the cord out of my game console or something, and then
right.
So like for me to do that would be almost unthinkable now. Like I lose, and I'm like, "Oh, that sucks." But I might quietly go, "Oh, that's bullshit," But it's not going to be explosive by any means.
Yeah, I mean, the way you're talking about it fits in my understanding of sort of 9-ish is view of anger. So
Yeah,
it's definitely a possibility.
Really, the only time I have like anything like an outburst now is like if I'm driving and then something really inconvenient happens while driving. Usually something that's my fault. But then, I often sort of chill myself out going like, well, this is why you leave early and you give yourself like a buffer of like, to be early, like 10 or 15 minutes early so that you can adjust for a setback. So even then I sort of like reeled it back in a lot faster, whereas like I'm just be angry and shouting, especially even if someone were in the car with me sometimes. And if someone's in the car with me, like I would probably not even feel that angry just because I'd just be more chill. So yeah, definitely anger was something that like really dominated my emotions. 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah, like
Oh,
and I may be projecting.
hey, Jeff.
Yeah. What I was looking for is like
What's been
anger
going
without
on?
a target, and yeah.
There's two Jeffs now.
Yeah, we have Jeff runs a personality typology channel. He's the perfect person for this.
Oh,
How have you been? What's been going on?
Just dealing with a lot of health issues and stuff, and trying to get back on doing this stuff. I'm actually going to move to astrology, though. I got to rebrand.
Oh, okay.
You're moving to astrology? What's the rent like over there?
Here's Jeff's channel. Check him out. How are you going to be okay? Like, is everything?
Oh, I'm better for the most part. I don't know. I've been studying astrology, and it's kind of has like a learning curve, so
Okay. Are you still hooked up with Xeon?
I talk to him every once in a while. He doesn't really want to do anything public, though. Sounds like.
Oh, okay. Well, we've been talking personality all night.
Oh, really?
I think they're on the Enneagram right now.
Okay. I'm not too well versed on Enneagram, but like Jung stuff, yeah.
Yeah, Jung is good. Jung is my preferred model for typing, unbalanced outlier types. Anybody that doesn't easily fit into the inverted Jung, which is MBTI.
What do you mean, like introverted and extroverted intuitives?
Well, like, somebody who if you didn't enforce the alternating introverted extroverted stacking that MBTI does, right?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody who might be like, okay, they're NETE in MBTI terms.
Oh yeah, people whose stacks don't match the.
What personality type is Trump?
I think he's an ESTP type 8 with a 4 in his stack, with a 4 in his tri-type.
I think he's an ENTJ. It's just TEFI over and over is all he does. I got
It's
this.
possible, but he does. I don't know. There's things he does that reminds me of ESTPs. I mean, there's people that type him as ESFP, which he would be a very odd ESFP, but that
Yeah,
that
he's
gives
definitely
you
not
the
an ESFP.
I don't think he is. Like I said, I know people that are type 8s that are like ESTPs with like an 864 kind of tri-type, Enneagram tri-type. And they're a lot like Trump.
He's definitely got the E part.
Yeah, he's definitely extroverted.
And the S, I would say. Although he has his intuition's pretty sharp.
Yeah, I mean, look, he kind of fits the stereotype of an ENTJ, really. I mean, he's just a businessman, not the stereotype, but
Yeah, I think he uses intuition to make a deal. Like he senses like how people are feeling. He kind of understands at a gut level like what is.
Yeah, but sensing how people feeling, that's a something that FE third is pretty good at.
I would say he's a T. Like he probably is way more on the F. Like,
you know,
he goes way more off of feeling than
ESTPs.
intellect.
They're good at that, intuiting how people are feeling. Trump doesn't strike me. He strikes me as more seat of his pants than ENTJs typically are, in my understanding of them. I don't know that because he almost has what manifests as almost what appears to be an intuitive or sort of instinctive understanding of strategy. Like he makes very good strategic moves, and I use the term strategic very rarely. To most things that are called strategy are not. They're just tactics or sequences of tactics.
yeah, but ESTPs use tactics, not strategy.
I don't know about that, but
that's why so many athletes are ESTPs. They live in a moment. They act in a moment. They just react. They don't think.
That's kind of. I was about to say,
Yeah,
like
but
with
that's just
Trump, do you
Trump.
think it's directed? Because he seems to kind of just stumble
he
into
reacts,
the right
but he reacts
strategy
in
at
a
the
very
right time.
intelligent way. He reacts strategically correctly.
I think he I lost my train of thought. What was I thinking? I'm sorry.
I don't know how consciously he reacts, though.
Yeah, it's in between. It's like he must understand it because he repeats himself very, like the things that work he does over and over again. Not laws. Trump's moves are not bluffs because he's a type 8. Type 8s don't bluff. We may or may not follow through, but there is no bluff.
Yeah,
All threats
I think he's
are
a type 8. I definitely think he's type 8. I don't know much about Enneagram, but I don't think really someone that flies by the seam of the pants would maintain being a billionaire for decades. So,
well, it's not entirely by the seat of the pants, but it's by the seat of the pants with an understanding of what you're doing, right? But with that TI to kind of, make up for it.
He's a troll. He's a master troll. Whatever that troll power is, where you can read just what effect to have in that moment, like what
Couldn't you use
buttons
the
to
same
push on
basic skills
people.
to be a master troll or a master salesman?
Do what?
I said, couldn't you use the same basic skills to be a master troll or a master salesman?
I mean, trolls definitely know how to push people's emotional buttons, and that's kind of what a salesman is trying to do: is push the right buttons to get you to buy something.
There's the ability to be a troll, right? There's the skills to be a troll, and then there's the impetus to be a troll. And true trolls have to possess both, right? So there are people who possess the ability to be a troll, but that don't care to be a troll. And then there's people who would try to be a troll and suck at it. And then there's the actual, master trolls can do both. I mean, in general, master troll, I would say like ENTPs, ESTPs tend to be.
You think he's Slytherin?
Compelled to troll. Let's put it that way. I don't know any ENTPs or ESTPs that have completely grown out of trolling.
Who thinks Trump is Slytherin?
I'm just ruling him out of the. He's not Ravenclaw. He's not Hufflepuff. And
he's a Slytherin.
Gryffindor. So by default,
He's
that's ambition, right? Slytherin's ambition.
He's ambitious. He's cunning. He's like from an esteemed family. Cares about the name, the branding. 100% Slytherin.
Yeah, I think he probably would have been sorted to Slytherin.
Yeah, like he's basically would have been like Draco Malfoy in school as a bully, No,
because Draco was not as effective. but
No, he wasn't as effective.
Draco had some like self-esteem issues. Like he was like the reactive bully a lot, I think.
I'm talking about like years 1 and 2 Draco. When things start to get real, Draco starts to crumble a bit. But yeah, it's definitely tougher than Draco.
I mean, if he's a type, 8s are both bullies and protectors. It's like it just depends on who you are. It's like they're not going to be not bullies, but they're also going to like not always pick on the weakest. But he's got that reactivity. He's got the like 6'4" thing underneath his 8.
What is the 6'4" thing?
So the 6, is kind of like supposedly 6 is the most common Enneagram type, and it tends towards like a kind of a group. You want the group to get along with the group and fit in. And I'm not saying exactly the right things, but there's a concern with the larger group that comes with a 6. And there's also a reactivity. So most of those fake 8s I was telling you about are what they call counterphobic 6s. They're reactionary, fear-based types. And so there's this reactionary element to 6s. Like they're very triggerable. I think is the relevant element that I'm maybe trying to explain.
Like it's specific triggers? I can kind of relate to that.
He's probably not a 4 though down on the bottom. He's probably like a 3. He's probably like an 8, 6, 3. Something like that. But yeah, but there's like 8s with a 6 can be your annoying like social justice types if they're not very logical. There's this extra impetus to sort of react to things. And I mean, Trump he's gotten wiser about how like he responds to the press, but he very rarely just lets it pass on by and ignores things, right? At least as we've been able to observe him publicly. Like
he always gets
he always has to respond, right? Like he always has to respond.
He was raised to never let anything go, always come out on tough. Don't let people say things about you or disrespect you.
Yeah, but sometimes the power play is to ignore them rather than to respond to them. And he sometimes misses the power play and responds anyway.
I agree. Doesn't seem to be a very New York thing. Is to just I will just accept this in quiet dignity. Nope.
Well, it's not quiet dignity. It's
not a Louisiana thing.
You don't accept it in quiet dignity. You ignore its existence as below you. Like,
Jeff,
you ignore it with disdain. Okay, ignoring with disdain is totally different than accepting it with dignity. Do not confuse.
There you go, Jeff. That's all I'm doing. What she said.
He dropped off before I didn't realize. Jeff, anyway, take care. I was hoping to catch up more. It was good to see you, and drop back by when you get a chance. I was thinking about you the other day.
I'm gonna say, be it good or be it ill, I seem to never tire or rarely tire of talking about the stupid analytical psychology stuff. So.
Oh, is that what this is?
That's the
analytical
larger
typology.
Category. Well, analytical psychology would be the general area that typology and any other psychometrics would fall within most of the time.
And am I correct? Trump is fun to analyze.
It's fun to analyze. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't even try to analyze. I know his patterns, so when I know people's pattern, I don't have to analyze them.
I don't find him that confusing. Like I said, I know people like him. Honestly, my sister has a very similar type to him, and in a lot of ways, there's these there's fun similarities. So it's like I don't find him strange particularly.
Is she like Trump or is she against him?
No, she likes him.
Okay.
I just analyze people I'm trying to figure out that I can't figure out.
What I think is funny is that people who are basically, they act like Trump, but they hate him, and they're like, why would anyone support this guy? And then they act basically the way he does.
Right. People that have no self-concept. ability to compare.
Maybe that's part of what Trump is. I don't know that Trump doesn't strike me as a particularly introspective person.
I was gonna say that is my one like metric that I don't have a clear answer on, and different things he does makes me question what possible conclusions I've had on that. But that's that's the spectrum where I guess I would be the most curious about Trump. That so far his public facing data that I've got off of him does not satisfy me in determining how aware he is of his own methods, I guess.
Well, it does seem like he learned a bit from his first term, just because he was clearly much more prepared coming into this one. Like, think of how like chaotic his first 100 days were in term 1 versus this time. Like, it's like night and day. It's like one of the most organized starts.
Yeah, he knuckled down. I
think he has a better team helping him this time around too.
Yeah, but he made a point of that. Like, that was part of the idea. He's like, I need to make sure we're prepared. And he clearly spent like the last or the 3 months leading up to the inauguration, because I think he was getting these preparations ready even before he knew he would win. Whereas last time he was like, look, I didn't know I was going to win. Like, he was pretty frank about that on Joe Rogan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and one way to analyze it that I would look at it is that somebody with his qualities, right?
Mm-hmm.
And his temperament and person, all of that, right? Like, not extreme, not so different than like myself or my experiences, but it's like people like that, in my experience, are used to, they're usually enough. They don't necessarily need a huge plan. You don't necessarily need other people's help. You just kind of, you blow in like the Kool-Aid man and everything, and you like, it works out. I mean, this is I've experienced this. It's like 99%, 90% of like, I can get through all kinds of crazy situations with just blustering into them. But I have run into the one situation I ran into where I got to a point where I'm like, you know what? I cannot do this alone. I need a team. I needed me and all of my Batmaning cannot do this alone. And that was actually politics. Like, so I mean, that could have been part of it. Like, if I'm, as far as it goes, when you're used to winning without needing much extra help, then you just keep going with that. You're like, well, I won the last 10 things that I've tried, so why not this one?
No, that makes a lot of sense, and probably explain. But I was thinking, kind of based on the stuff we've been talking about, that how the historians do like their historical rankings of presidents, right? And they'll usually at least start doing that as soon as a president's done. So, like Trump was getting historically ranked as once his term was done. Even Obama was getting historically ranked. And, time will tell, of course. But they at least initially make attempts. And I'm really thinking, because, in the count, right, Trump is the 45th and the 47th president. And so I don't know if they do this with Grover Cleveland, but would they like rank his terms separately now? Like, first term president was like, in the somewhere in the 40s, and then second term president would be much higher.
I mean, based on the way people are already talking about it, I would say probably yes, because that's already the way most people are talking about it at varying levels.
His second term, if you split them, he could end up ranking very highly.
Yeah, I mean, they're very different, but yeah, I mean, he's that, like I said, that idea of he thought he could do it is like, why I think otherwise, and then realizing that no one was going to help him, and it wasn't all just going to fall together, and he had to like really organize and come back with meaning business. It makes sense to me. Like I said, I can't prove it. I know if I got back into politics, what I learned from my first dip, which I went pretty deep, is I understand exactly what I would have to have lined up before I even started.
Yep. That's sort of how I feel now. Yeah.
It's like, here's what I got to have. You're like, you're going to get back into politics? I'm like, if I get these things from day one, like, but I'm not starting on that road until I
We
get
should
this
all
much.
go into politics. We already
So,
have our.
I'm not doing that again. Nope.
Oh yeah, you're not. You don't.
what kind of
I haven't tried it yet.
what
I
kind of
can't
politics
even
did
do
you try?
workplace politics. I
I
have no
was
business in real
active in the
politics.
Democratic Party. I did canvassing. I worked on campaigns. I was an officer in the party. I even ran for office a couple times myself for our state House of Representatives. So I tried a lot of different things.
So you went through the system. Okay.
Yeah, I met a lot of people, drove up and down North Carolina, but I know enough now that it's not something I would do again. It would not make sense for me to do unless it got to the point of like people are like coming up to me in the street like, Joe, we need you. You have to.
Joe,
run
we
or
need
just-"
you.
That's
Oh,
what
the
I tell
street,
people.
the
I'm like,
streets.
the first time was free. I ran for U.S. Congress, and I kind of came in out of left field, and I did a whole bunch of stuff because I did plot it enough to know that winning wasn't everything. Everybody goes in, winning is when I'll change things. I'm like, no. You got to kick rocks over all down the road. But yeah, my thing was like, first time's free. If anybody wants me to do it again, it's like I have to have like 10 to 20 people who ask me to do it and are willing to put in the work.
Yeah, basically, for me, it would have to be like something where it doesn't take much effort. Like it's just people have already decided they want me. It's almost like it wouldn't even be a competition for me to run. Like I'm that natural of a fit. And if it's not that, then there's no reason for me to run.
Yeah, the way I look at it is, if it's that easy, then I probably wasn't the candidate. That no one will ever pick me for an easy race. I almost guarantee that. I rub too many people strange ways. But yeah, I'll fight. My thing is like, I'll fight a war, and that's what it is. I put myself in the mindset. I was it the however many laws of war or whatever that what's his name Green put out. That was my audiobook of choice that I would kind of like put me in the mindset. And I'm like, that's all it is. It's just a war. You gather your army. But I'm like, I'm not doing it. I'm not starting it without like a batch of, I have to have lieutenants, because I basically fought a one-man war and did extremely well. like most people would not believe, like you didn't know it to be true to how well I did and how comparatively, I did and accomplished, like compared to people who had money and teams. I basically fought a one-man blitzkrieg and it worked great. And it's like, if I had a freaking team, I could build and fight a hell of a war, but what I learned is none of the existing armies are going to accept me because I'm too type 8-ish.
But that's like Trump. So is Trump, and he like.
Yeah, but that's what he had to build his own independent parallel organization to the Republican Party. Like that's what you basically. I ran a very similar. I knew going in. I leaned on Trump's organization. Like I picked up and utilized it for my own purposes when I was doing it, because I ran in 2020, and because I knew the Republicans would find me threatening, knowing who was running the party, and I knew that like I'm basically a libertarian, but I was always tell people, they're like, "What are you running?" I'm like, "I am running for the Republican nomination." Like that is the particular slot on the ballot that I am attempting to get votes for, but I'm not like part of the Republicans because they're a little too. Anyway,
kind of like what Bernie's attitude toward the 2016 primary, almost.
I mean, basically, I was a lot like Trump, where it's like he wasn't really a Republican or part of the group, but that made the most sense, right? Like if you look at it, like, okay, if I had to run for a slot, what's the easiest one that I could get, right? What requires the least work, the least people I have to really work, convince to vote for me? Okay.
Yeah, obviously the Democrats,
like the Republican side,
the Democrats, whatever his actual political positions would be, the Democrats could just not bring themselves to nominate someone with the personality of Donald Trump.
Right. Like there's a lot of elements to it, right? Where it's like but overall the best fit slot, you're looking for the best fit. If you don't clearly fit into a slot, you pick the best fit and then you expend the energy necessary to make up for the edges that stick out, right?
Uh-huh.
but yeah, like I knew the party. What I hoped was I ran for a position that the party usually doesn't even try to hardly take. And in my opinion, for a long line of reasons, it was vulnerable for the first time in probably 20 to 30 years. I was a very good candidate. Like, as I told people, like, I speak both high tech and old farmer. Like I split all of these weird demographics that existed within this district. Like I somehow hit all of them. And anyway, so I was like, okay. And then like the Republicans will just leave me alone. And then if I do well, then maybe towards the end, they'll be like, oh yeah, we totally was behind her all the way. She was our idea. And I was cool with them with flying their flag, right? But like at the end, it's like, all they got to do, they can take credit for me. I don't care. Just don't get in my way, right? Like as long as they don't impede me, they can come in at the end and get on the bandwagon if what I'm doing works out. But instead, they actually impeded me.
Oh.
And so that's when it was like, yeah, that was the end, because it's like, okay, I can do this without the general Republican establishment's help, but I cannot do it if they get in my way, if they attempt to prevent me. So, and that was, I don't have the money that Trump did. If I'd had a little more resource, again, if I'd had a few more people, a little more, if I had a little bigger sort of core group that I knew wouldn't betray me, because that's what happened a lot of is I had all these people supporting me, and then they switched at the last minute based on, kind of, and I always laughed because people ask me, how you doing? Like the night before the pre-primary where they decide who's on the ballot. And I'm like, I feel good. And I would always say, like, but you never know what people are going to do when you put them in a group and ask them to make a decision. And unfortunately, that was like, you put them in a group and then they ask them to make a decision. And even really individualistic, like independent seeming folks kind of turned it into this weird, manipulative.
What was their reason for opposing you?
They didn't have a coherent one. That was what was interesting.
It was just vibes.
I mean, I know who the leader of the party was because he's a little bitch.
Oh.
He responded to my type 8-ness in the absolute worst way. Like he was threatened by it for no logical reason and refused to. Like he didn't. He does
sound like a little bitch.
That's what I call it. Yeah. Within an organization, anybody who responds not by actually making a good power play, but so he was the leader. The night before the pre-primary, we had mutual personal friends. I had tried all kinds of ways to contact him, and I'd ran for 3 times as long as any other Republican candidate. I ran for 18 months instead of 6. I was in all the newspapers, like everybody. I was the only one that was maybe ever on TV in the state. It's crazy, but he would not respond to my inquiries to talk to him. Finally, the night before the pre-primary, right, where the party decides who's on the ballot. That was the biggest shock, I guess, was realizing just how little say the general public has in who's on the ballot. The party.
But you don't know why he was acting that way?
Well, and then I guessed, right? So this went on for like over a year. And I'm like, at this point, he's avoiding me, was my conclusion. At this point, Vegas odds say he's avoiding me. So the night before the pre-primary, they had like a social gathering at the hotel where we were all convened. And we're in this relatively small room with drinks, and the whole point was it's the social thing, right? The night before they vote to see who goes on the ballot. And I had met all the vice chairs. The one vice chair I hadn't met saw me in the hall, ran down the hall to meet me. Anyway, I'm in the room with the chair of the party, the state chair of the party. I'm doing my thing. I'm thinking, man, I have in fact met most of the people that I needed to. Like, I'm doing good, but you never know what people will do when you put them in a group and ask them to make a decision. And he's like 15 feet away, and people are telling me, "Hey, go introduce yourself." And I looked at him and I said, I've tried to get in contact with him for over a year, and he has not, and it hasn't happened. At this point, either if he's not avoiding me, like, I'm going to test it. I'm going to take it to the wall. I'm like, he's the leader of the party. It is his job. It is his position to come and talk to me. It is not my position to go and talk to him, right? Like, for him to do his job, he should come in and
maybe he's just bad at his job.
Yep.
Yeah, if he was that bad at his job, he wouldn't have had it that long.
Was he like the chairman of the Republican Party in that county or district?
In the state.
In the state. Oh, okay.
This
Jeez.
is yeah. And I'm like 15 feet away, and I'm just like, and everybody's like, that's not a bad idea. Good on you. And so I said, yeah, I'm just going to let it roll. I'm like, if in the next 2 to 3 hours of this social hour and I mean, he clearly knows I'm here, and I also stand out. I made it a point to stand out. You can't miss me. And like I said, the other people that were high up in the party that hadn't met me, which were very few, at least when, they were like running down the halls to be like, I finally got to meet you. I've been, paying attention to you. Glad to see you finally. And he's the leader of the party. It's his job for him to do the power play. He has every reason, both structural, personal, and petty, to come and introduce himself to me. And he never did. And the thing is that there are people that I won over after that event because I still haven't officially met the guy. But he was, and that's when I knew he was a little bitch, because there was no reason for him to not. Like, he had all the good reasons, all the functional reasons he should have come and talked to me.
Yeah, but that's your ideal. He might just be a bad. Like, I would have. It sounds like you assumed some reason, like you assumed a narrative, and I would have tested it a little bit more.
I mean,
Plus,
I've been prodding this thing for like over a year. You got to understand, this isn't something I decided in one night. This was the conclusion of a whole night. And then everybody, like other people in the party afterwards, I told them, fellow people running for U.S. like top level, federal positions, could not believe that he did not come and talk to me. Like I actually won over supporters from the establishment because
but you didn't win over. He was the one you needed to win over.
Well, but the thing is that I don't think he was winnable, right? Like, if that's how he's going to behave, then I know that I can't win him over.
But a lot of that seemed based on. I would have just gone talk to him and played the game.
Like I said, I've played these games, and people always asked if I had political experience. I'm like, I've been engaged in martial arts. International, martial arts politics for.
Maybe he was scared of you. Maybe he saw your championship.
Then he's not, again. And I'm sure, and I made sure to tell people at every stage that just because I was young didn't mean that I would be back. That I was running this time only, and there were no promises for the future. Do not be confused that I am relatively young compared to most people in politics. It's like, because that's what people do. They're like, oh, we'll wait till she'll be around. And I told him, I said, don't think that. And he probably, dropped something like that in their ears, because he was very disrespectful to young people who were trying to be engaged in the party other than myself.
Why?
I don't know, but I observed it. There were multiple young people trying to be involved, running for office, and he did not treat them very with much respect. So that may have been why he had a problem. I don't know, but that was when it came to a head, and I was just like. But like I said, him dissing me, like some of the people who, it gave me my end result was I walked up to the political poker table with nothing but lint in my pockets and a bad attitude, and I walked away with pockets full of political poker chips, and I owe no one anything, which is supposed to be impossible, right? But I did it. I feel like that was my greatest accomplishment, is that I did the thing that you're not supposed to be able to do. You're not supposed to be able to make an impact, to influence the party. And I influenced tons of people that actually did get office and stuff. They were copying my speeches. It was great. But I went in with lint, and I walked out with chips, and I still don't, and I didn't have to cut any IOU kind of quid pro quo deals. And I've used my poker chips to influence, to help. I helped get one of the people who was running against me. They actually won the primary, and they were not picked by the party. The only person in any federal or major office who did not get the nod of the party to get on the primary ballot was who I gave my endorsement to after I dropped out of the race. And then she would call me on the phone, and I'd help her strategize and stuff. And that was a great middle finger to the party, because they They like their control over who gets on the primary ballots. And she bucked it. I'm like, if it wasn't me, she was the like me light. Like if I'm the ENTP, she was the INTP. So it was, and that works too. It's the one too. I used to do that with my friend who was an INTP in group discussions in college. Is they'd come to my group and I would scare them away, and then they'd go to her group and she would say the same convince them of the same thing, but she was not quite as intense, and so it worked. I kind of ended up doing that.
So is that the secret? Like find people less intense than us to propagate our goals through?
It helps. I mean, it's a very effective model. Like I've used it more than once. Where people don't want to listen to me for non-logical reasons. But then they're so.
Well, look, if
I'm so much.
look,
You go to like the slightly softer version from my cohort over here, and then
if we're this smart, how come we aren't doing anything? Like if we know all of this, why aren't we putting it to use? Let's do something.
I mean, there's places. I'm always looking for the right sort of set of circumstances.
We have the team, like we have and I'm not even talking about just the three of us, but this in this little network, we have people with skill sets that if we all put them together, we'd be almost unstoppable.
I don't disagree.
I don't know why we're not taking advantage of that potential.
I scared myself with how much what I could pull off when I turned the knobs up to 11 on just me. So wasn't enough, but I'm like, it was a lot.
We should turn the knobs up. I think we've been playing it too safe, too close to the middle, too steady, cautiously.
Knobs of what though? Like what knobs?
The potential that we have here. We're not tapping into people's potential like we have the potential to do. We were supposed to put our skills and our knowledge together and make things happen, and we're not. We're just kind of coasting.
Well, it's kind of tough to do. Hold on. Let me turn my light back on.
Well, you can't do it constantly, so you gotta like target it at the right time. You gotta.
We pick one little small goal to practice on and test our powers.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's tough because what I bring to the table that would be really actionable with our audience is tough,
but not even with the audience, just like a goal that like just with us and whoever else wants to be involved. Strategy wise, we could just put our brains together, pick a goal, strategize how to achieve it, and I have a feeling you would have some wisdom and some intelligence to contribute to that.
Yeah, probably.
We would just have to because Joe and I had kind of this goal of how do we make money, entrepreneurship, that kind of stuff. But if we shift it, we could shift it to something political, something creative, something financial. But like whatever goal we pick, I think we have the brain power to achieve it somehow. We just all have different little pieces of it. We need to put them together.
I guess you'll just have to start searching for candidate goals.
Yeah, certainly. So that's the first goal is to find a goal.
Find a goal, right?
Resonates with all of us.
Find something that's tractable and and motivating. At least those are my two main.
Well,
features.
What motivates you, and Joe? What motivates you? I have an idea.
Motivates me. I mean, at this point, I'm just trying not to be evil, right? So remember Google's old motto or slogan?
Yeah.
Like, don't be evil.
Yeah, don't be evil.
Well, I'll take on the evil parts. You can let me do all the evil. You won't have to do any of it. But what do you have ambitions like?
No, I mean, if I had ambitions, I don't think I would say, "Oh, I'll wait for people to beg for me to run for office again," right? Like, I think I would just be pursuing things like that. At this point, I definitely used to be more ambitious, but at this point, I've realized that I have to allow things to occur organically and naturally, and I really can't force things.
You can set goals and take steps to make the goals happen. People do that all the time.
I mean, I guess to the extent that I set any goals, they're very individualistic, and like my investing, for example, doesn't really require the input of anybody else. At least not in a way that isn't already happening, right? Like,
Right.
obviously, I depend on the people running the companies to do things like actually run them, but they're already required to do that by law. It doesn't require anything related to me specifically. That's why it works. It's already standardized and scaled. I don't even have to be like an American citizen. I could be, like someone from a different country making an account and just just using the American system. It's that standardized. You don't have to be particularly connected to it.
Well, maybe you're like you just support. Like, you could just be support staff or something, and the goal. Like, you don't have to have input into the actual goal, and we could just pull in your skills and wisdom as we need it. So, what motivates you, Ren?
Not typically a specific goal. Like, it's not ambition. It's a mix of challenge and an alignment of sort of principled motivations, right?
That
so
sounds
it's like,
abstract.
It is.
Okay.
Right. So it's not specific situations. So like the political thing, I saw an opening. I saw the battle. I do have like the overarching sort of battlefield strategic. I can see everything and be like, there's the weak spot in the lines, right? Even at very large scales. And I saw that, and then I looked around and I said, I'm a suitable weapon to possibly penetrate those defenses. I have a belief that it would be good, right? Like, it would be worthwhile and it would have a positive impact in general in sort of a moral and ethical sense if I did do that, right? That I could have an impact, positive impact, if I made it all the way through to the other side. It was an almost impossible challenge. I believe there was probably no one else who saw the opening and was a good weapon to attack it with. I honestly, like, if I'd had a better somebody who I thought was a better candidate than me, I just would have been in their campaign. I just would have run them behind the scenes. But unfortunately, like, I was both my best strategist and my best front man, which was worked out, but it's challenging to be both. Yeah, so it's kind of like, and then fuel like that, it being a worthwhile goal, like it meaning something to me, that matters, because that's the only way I can fuel myself through the whole thing. I was mad about what was being done in my state, and
so it has to engage you.
Yeah, it has to be
somehow.
I guess, yeah, it has to be engaging. And I mean, the engagement can be somewhat intellectual, and then I can turn that into emotional fuel.
Because Joe is hard to engage because he has his.
But it was maximally engaging. It was the most engaging thing I have ever done. I loved it in a certain way. Like I have never had to use my brain superpowers and my charisma superpower. Like, all of my talents and skills, and I had to push them to the limit and then go beyond it. Like I unlocked new levels of.
That's what I'm looking for.
That's what
I was trying to do with
because
this.
I was so engaged. Like, it was great. Like, I wouldn't just because I didn't go all the way to the end. Like, I had a huge impact. I leveled myself up. It was great. While I was in it, I was so broadly engaged, right? Like, there's very few things that engage me in a sufficiently broad sense that I'm just it's taken up all my bandwidth, right? Like, most things are are too narrow of a band, right? Like, it's well, but a third of me is engaged and the other 2/3 is bored. and that politics, it does take up, it covers a very large bandwidth.
Well,
But,
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do a political thing. I know that much. I just
What are the other categories then? If we
I
rule
mean,
out political,
I was gonna
mine
say,
is community. Mine is bringing people together and growing, make something happen.
I mean, generally creating stuff is my other thing that I never really got tired. I generally can get engaged in, right? Like I write books, I paint pictures, like creativity and creating stuff and new things like that.
So that's also kind of
Innovating,
something like a
right?
personal goal, but it's also a skill or talent that could be
Yeah,
applied
that's a
to.
general area that I generally find enjoyable, right? It's like challenging and if there's a bit of a challenge and innovation is what's needed, right? Not just
Well, maybe I should try the politic thing
iteration.
if it engaged you on that level, because that's exactly what I'm looking for. I'm looking for challenge,
I was,
and
yeah,
I'm not getting it from YouTube like I thought like I was before, or I don't know. It's just I need something more. I need something to happen. I'm
yeah.
trying to take things to the next level, and that's not happening. And so maybe politics, except I don't really have an interest in politics, and I just have the assumption that people are not going to take me seriously as a candidate, and I have too much like dirt in my past if people wanted to dig up on me. So
it'd be hard to
I
run
have
as a
always just
Republican.
written that off as an option.
Yeah, I think it would be hard to run as a Republican as a Satanist.
Christian Satanist.
Yeah, but even so, as a Satanist, it's just it would be a tough fit, right?
But I'm like Ren. Like she had this idea of what was not supposed to happen, but it happened anyway. I don't let those ideas of what the typical. I don't even have those ideas, so I don't know what's possible till I try it.
Well, the thing is someone who's not quite, because in a certain ways, like just that phrase, right? Like Christian Satanist, like that's in two camps that are usually don't overlap.
No, it's the same myth. It's the same
I know,
mythology.
but to the public's understanding of it, I'm
Well,
not. I'm
the
not
public can
arguing
be
this,
educated. That's part of
right?
politics, is educating the
It's
public.
just like, so my hair isn't dyed right now, but for a long time, and definitely during my campaign, I had short hair that had some pretty bold, bright red streaks through it. And people are like, "Are you going to grow your hair out?" And I'm like, "There's multiple reasons, no." But part of it is the Republicans, like, I can talk. I understand how to talk to them, and they operate more on logic, and you can talk to them, right? Like they can disregard my hair, right? But the thing is there's a lot of people on the other side who would never walk up to somebody with long hair in a Mennonite dress, wearing standard, right? Someone who looked like the quintessential like Republican female, right? They would never give them the time of day. They're going to shut them off. And the thing is that, and in my whole life, I've kind of been, I've interacted with both sides, and I was in this sweet spot. There's a sweet spot, and it's hard to get to, but I believe I was actually there at that time, where I was sufficiently confusing at first impression that people delayed their first impression judgment in a lot of cases.
Oh yeah, that happens to me. I could be confused.
Right? Like
That
that's a
happens to me
trick.
all the time.
Right? Like
I
if
really do it on
you're
purpose.
sufficiently confusing, people go first impression algorithm returned
they
null.
don't. Yeah, they don't know
right?
what
Like,
boxes to put
it
you in.
failed, and therefore you get a chance to actually interact with them before they make a judgment on you, and that's incredibly useful. But yeah,
Well, maybe
people
I'll
that
start
like,
at the local level and just
yeah,
get
why
involved with
don't
the party
you look
first.
more like you're the party who's already going to vote for me if I get the nomination, right? Like the 75% of Republicans that will vote for anybody with an R next to their name when it gets to the big election, right? I don't need to sway them. Right? I need
You
to
just need to
convince
sway
them.
that one guy at the party that you didn't go up and talk to.
I need to convince them that I can sway the other 25% that I need. Right? If they believe that I can get the other 25% I need, then they'll vote for me. They don't have to. I don't have to. I shouldn't have to. If I have to kowtow to the base, then I'll never win the outlier, the fringes, the edges that you have to get to win if you're the underdog, right? And I'm definitely the underdog in the state. So, Yeah, and I explained to it. And then the other side of it, there was a very practical reason that I didn't realize until partially in my campaign. It made me extremely recognizable. People, because I did like shooting events where I'm like wearing my glasses and my bright Team USA shooting shirt and stuff that you don't really have to pay attention to my face and know what I look like, right? If you encountered me, you might have no idea what I look like out in normal clothes. And the thing is I did that, and then the next day I was like 75 miles away just hiking with my Taekwondo instructor, just taking the afternoon off. And one of the people at that event recognized me from like across the canyon.
From your gun outfit? Like, oh, that's the girl from the gun
They had met me
photos?
in the gun outfit, but because of my red hair, I was easily recognizable and I was like, because normally what it takes like several, supposedly it takes like 7 impressions a lot of times before people really remember a product or a thing, right? It made a harder impression, and it also made me easily
think if you're an
distinguishable
outlier,
and
that
recognizable.
applies. They usually remember us right away.
Yeah, but I mean, it's one of those things. If you're,
Maybe they
if it
remembered you
only
from
improved it
chopping
slightly,
concrete.
but see, even if that's only a small improvement in recognizability and me having to put less effort into being recognized and remembered, that's a huge deal in politics, right?
I can wear the antler. You're the guy with the antlers.
That's a huge thing. Yeah. Well, one of the things I wore a gun anywhere which most places it's legal in this state. If I at all could, I wore one of my big 44s open carry, because like that, I was like, my big issue was Second Amendment rights. That was my important issue. Also, it's not a party line issue. I was like, why don't the Republicans run on this issue? It crosses all lines in this state. But I was like, if all you do is see me walking down a parade, you remember me and you see me carrying a gun, you know exactly where I stand on that issue. Which is the one I want you to vote for me for, But yeah, like there was. Anyway, the red hair was fun because people would question it, and then I would be like, no, like, or people would tell me to wear more turquoise jewelry, right? And I'll be like, and this is what I told them. I said, don't enter a race that you're not guaranteed to win. And the thing is I'm not very. Opinions vary as far as the family history about how much or how little Native American blood there is. There's probably at least some. My family's been here for over 100 years in this spot and in this region for many more than that. So I'm not an outsider, but have a relatively Caucasian appearance. It's one of those things. There are people. I have. Yeah, relatively. I mean, there's a few features that come in my family that definitely could look Native American, and I've got more of them than like my siblings. But it's not the stuff that people pay attention to. It's small things. Anyway, the thing is what I told them is I said, if anybody who is like any more, that is like at all looks like a Native American runs against me, I will lose the turquoise game. So
no
I'm
matter
like,
how much jewelry you
no matter how beautiful, no matter how perfect I look in turquoise jewelry, I'm like, I will always lose. And the thing is that at least one like proper Navajo ran against me in the primary, and I'm like, yep. And people were like, you were very smart. So I wore copper and silver, which were still regional, like they fit the kind of like, hey, I'm from here, like it did the thing, but I didn't enter the turquoise contest, and it was a great move. That was one of those. I always tell people, it's like the best decisions I made were by ignoring good advice, and that's how you maximize something. Is like sometimes like good advice is not ignore it. It's still good, but sometimes in order to do better than average, you have to ignore good advice. And that was one of my favorites. Is people were like, why don't you just, I'm like, because you don't enter a race, you can't win. Don't start the game if you don't think you're already going to be at the top. But oh yeah, my strategic mind got a good workout. It was fun. It was very enjoyable. And it still gets me engaged even thinking about it. Like there's a few things in history where I start talking about them and I get like riled up and like, yeah, that was great. This is one of them, as you can probably tell. I still get kind of fired up talking about it.
Well, that's what I'm trying to generate here. So I'm just trying to focus it on something too at the same time.
The only other thing I can think of that riles me up is hot still in the, even though it's relatively far in the past, is when I had to fight a wildfire, like up close and personal. I don't, I will never intentionally make that happen, but that was really engaging and exciting, and got me going.
Well, I guess I'll keep thinking.
Politics is a much much nicer war to engage in.
Well, I think I'm gonna wrap it up for tonight. I'm at 5 hours. I've had a pretty full Valentine's so far.
That's good. Well, it's nice to finally kind of visit with you, Joe, a little bit. And
yeah, he'll be here tomorrow. He'll be out. We'll be out tomorrow.
We'll talk more in the future.
4 p.m.
I feel like we've now officially kind of been past the introduction point, so that's good.
Yeah.
Oh, sometimes I don't always talk this much. I'm just wound up today.
Oh.
And I won't apologize for it.
No, you don't have to apologize for it. But
I won't. I refuse. I would never.
I don't know if anybody expected you to.
It'd be a lie.
It's not an abnormal amount of talking for me. So.
Well, you're like me. It's like I once I get, sometimes it takes quite a bit to get the spark, get the fire going, right? It's like it's sometimes the kindling's a little damp, but once I get going, I can roll on a while. I can burn a while.
Yeah. Well, that's you're in the right medium.
Yeah, not an introvert. Not really.
Well, Joe, what are we talking about tomorrow? Do you have any idea?
No immediate ideas.
Okay. I'll see what comes up.
Yeah. So.
I had some. Hang on. Let me see if I had some Twitter posts I was saving. Let me see if. Oh, it involves conspiracy theories. I might save that for one of my personal streams.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll do something tomorrow. Joe and I will be out at our normal time. And other than that, if you haven't had a good Valentine's Day already, try to have one real quick before you go to bed. And if not, not everyone can be happy today. And I guess I'll see y'all tomorrow.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.
Right.
Happy.
Take care. We'll figure something out to do. Ooh, I like that effect.
I don't even know what's causing it, but it's...
Oh, I thought it was just stuff on your screen. Well, anyway, yes, cool. All right. Take care, everybody. Later on. All right, let's see here. I think I'm just going to cue up the music and say goodnight. Happy or unhappy Valentine's. Whatever it turned out to be, it's all okay. It happens to the best of us and the worst of us. Have a great night, and see you tomorrow for the Nexus with Joe and myself.